welcome to the first watch party of Severance season 2. Or not watch party, the first live waffle party. Waffle party is what I meant to say of Severance season 2.
I don't have my bell
Finally
like
here.
in From. I'm just gonna be like, Kier, chosen one, Kier. I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
Hey, goat noises.
right. Yeah.
Kier.
So yeah, we're calling our lives waffle parties. Your idea, Scarlet, which seems like a fitting name.
Life should be a waffle party.
Yeah. Right. So we're gonna break down the Severance premiere, and it started off to a great. I mean, it was a great start. I mean, it was off to a great start. I was nervous, but it's not easy to to continue on the same high if you have such a great first season. Sometimes there's a sophomore slump.
Yeah.
Even with TV shows, not just music albums, but like TV, and I so far I loved it. Thought it was great.
Yeah.
After such a long wait, a lot of people waited. It's been almost 3 years since season 1. I didn't have to wait. I only had to wait a little under a year since I watched it.
Yeah.
But
I waited a month because I got the Blu-ray. I got the Blu-ray in December, so I waited a month.
Yeah.
I think that's the way you'd got to do it.
I think so, yeah. So anyway, hey, John Answers. Haven't seen that name before. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Hey, good morning, Dieter. Thank you for being here. Hey, Mark. Nice to see you. Glad you're here as my cat tries to claw my face.
Keep her away from the router.
Yeah. My cat wants me to pet her, so she just reached out for my face with her claws out. Yeah.
Because if it dips and you leave StreamYard, I'm just gonna start making up songs about characters in Severance. You know how long it takes.
Yeah, you could, yeah.
My Milchick brings all the boys to the yard.
Right. Nice. Yeah. Well, that would be perfect for him. You got that one.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't happen again. But it's something that could happen at any time. The Wi-Fi could get knocked out. But it does. I mean, it only takes a few minutes for me to get it back, so it's not like it derails everything. Anyway, yeah. Mark said it's cold in Kansas City. Yeah, it's
How cold is it?
It's pretty cold.
3 below here.
Yeah, it's not as cold as that. It's not as cold as that here, either. It's pretty cold. We just got some snow, but yeah, it's not like what is it, 3 below there? Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, it's 3 degrees, but with wind chill, it's 3 below.
Oh, okay.
It was colder during the day. I took a walk during the day, and I found an altar set out by the trail.
Wait, what?
An altar. Somebody made an altar. It isn't kind of the faux core altar you would think it would be. It was a very nice kind of peace and love altar, which I kind of associated with MLK and David Lynch's birthday today, because they had that meditation thing at 3 p.m. where everybody meditated for 10 minutes in honor of late David Lynch.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't have a camera, so I went and I sketched it out. I sketched out this altar. It was really weird. It was kind of like an art altar, but it was by the bike trail, and it's it was like somebody's spontaneous art project.
Oh, that's cool.
So
nice. Okay, so let's see. Teeter. I don't even know what temperature it is. I haven't even like gone anywhere to even check or care, but I know it's pretty chilly. Hey Trace, thank you for coming. Hey Cassie, thank you for popping in. Nice to see you. Hey Nesha Rochelle. Yeah, I hope you're having a good evening too. Not having the best evening myself, but you know, it's nice to be here. It's a good distraction. Hey Gabrielle.
That's my
Nice to
innie.
see you.
That's what our innies that do these lives, and our outies do not know.
Yeah.
We're just activated for the lives.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Hi, Eddies. Yeah, Gabrielle, nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Hey, Golden Child, nice to see you. Scarlet, what's in the glass? Looks like some kind of liquor. Or
oh, it's a Star Wars, like blue milk. I mean, I took a picture of the other one. They had a vampire shake that was really cool, but it wasn't that Lumon blue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do make them. They do make them with booze, and they do make them with that liqueur. But this is just a straight up Star Wars milkshake, blue milk. I know you don't follow it, but what?
I was just saying, I was trying to answer. I was trying to respond, but I can't stop yawning. I'm so tired.
You're probably gonna fall asleep. I'm gonna have to call you.
Oh yeah. I don't. Hopefully that never happens again.
Yeah. I'm drinking a Monster right now, so I'm drinking an Ultra Sunrise at night. So that's where I'm coming from.
Wow. Yeah, that's commitment. Yeah, you're not gonna.
Well, I'm not working tomorrow. I can make myself a cocktail if I wanted.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Hey, with Alice. Nice to see you, of course. Okay, and hey, Bill Chill, 17 in North Georgia. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nasty. Nasty, yeah. Julie's logo is now fitting actually with this show and the blue balloons. Yeah, that's true. Yep. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Cassie, I complained too. I don't like any weather that's below 50. I don't like that. Like even if it's below 50 degrees, I don't like.
I feel like I'm at my best today when I was walking at -9.
Oh,
I feel like Yellow Jacketsy. I feel like I'm like Natalie strapping on like 100 gear on the rifle and going out to get that moose.
Oh my God. No, I would not be doing that. I would be hibernating. No thanks. I do my exercise indoors if it's below freezing. And you know, even if it's just kind of raw and it's only in the 40s, but it's like that damp raw kind of 40s, like that feel. I don't like that. Hey, welcome Doc Kaiju Labs. Nice to see you. Doc joins us every Friday night for FROMACADEMY Friday, where we dive into a different topic related to From every week. And last week we covered Jack Bender. Really interesting insights that you get from digging into stuff like that. I found Jack really fun to look into because he's a character too. And yes, it's interesting. Yeah, I watched different podcasts and interviews of his, and you know, you learn how, like, you know, he's one of the showrunners, of course, so you learn what makes them tick. You get a bit of insight into the show, and I think this week we might just do like something more laid back. Like it's not going to be a typical Friday because this week we're going to have a guest, a very, very special guest. The man in yellow, Doug Hughes, will be joining us Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. So I can't be late that night. I have to be on time because he's going to be there. And I have a habit of being late to my lives, but come hell or high water, we're starting at 10 p.m. Eastern. I don't care what happens. I'm gonna check the router. I'm gonna check everything, the Wi-Fi. Everything is gonna be ready to go for that because I'm excited. He's gonna be joining us live, and then I was thinking maybe so to kind of keep it on theme, we could just keep it Man in Yellow focused. When he leaves, we could really just hone in on that subject even more, just like theory crafting, theorizing. He's not too big into like the theory angle of things, like getting deep into the weeds with theories. So we could that could be something that we just do after he heads out. Obviously we can talk theory stuff too, but he's not like a big like theory guy. And yeah, let's see. He's more into like the character development and the depth of the characters in the show, which is amazing, truly. Let's see. Or did people change their names to make it kind of like they switch between innie or outie? Yeah, sometimes I notice people change their names here and I get confused, but their avatar's the same so that I could remember who they are usually. My outie is still outside freezing. Yeah, I'm Art. Hey, Zulinator, nice to meet you.
I get my innie to brush off the car for me. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. It would be nice if there are certain small tasks that you really don't feel like suffering through. I could understand that. I wouldn't wanna lose 8 hours of my entire life every day like
Yeah. Yeah,
they're doing.
I don't know why people agree to that because even if I'm doing like I'm not having the greatest time of my job, I still like to have my thoughts.
Right, right. You know, you could still go somewhere else in your head when you're at work. You like I still would want I would want my own memories to stay intact. But I could see the appeal if you had certain small things to do that you would really hate. Yeah, I could see the appeal. I mean, I would never do it, but I could understand it in certain circumstances. Um, John answers, I'm thinking Mark is already in the process of reintegrating. Oh, yeah, that's possible because remember, it's been 5 months when they pick up from the events of season 1. It's we found out it's been 5 months in the show since then, so a lot of things could have happened. We don't know. Outie Mark, we're gonna find out this week, I think, in episode 2, what a bit more about what happened on the outside in the immediate aftermath. Because in a way, this show picked up right where it left off for the innies. We saw from the innie perspective immediately what happens after, but not on the outside when they were switched from innie back to their outie. That's what we don't know yet. So yeah, it's possible he could have already started the reintegration process. So that's a great point. I hadn't actually thought of that, but that's true. That's true. We have no idea what has happened already. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nesha Rochelle. I appreciate it. Not, some days are worse than others for me, and I just feel particularly lousy today. Every day, every day is difficult, but today is pretty bad. So yeah, like Dieter said here, I'm planning on not making this a marathon. I mean, unless if we have people join the panel who want to have a lively conversation and they want to keep going, then I can always step away for a bit, use the treadmill, and come back. Depends on how it goes. I don't know. We are going to post the call-in link, not immediately, because we're going to break down the episode first. It's a little bit less chaotic that way. When we tried to break down an episode, we had an amazing, fascinating conversation with a panel one week with our rewatch. However, when we were trying to break down the episode, it did take us like over 7 hours to break down one 40-minute episode
Yep.
because of that. So we realized, okay, we should break down the episode, do what Tony and Phil do. So Tony and Phil, Tony Teflon, you know, he breaks down, if he's, you know, if this isn't a live that's covering a latest episode of a show, then they break down the episode, then they take calls, they take call-ins after. So I think that model makes more sense. It's just easier for everybody. So we'll go through scene by scene and break it down. Then I'll post the call-in link. So we'll see how it goes. If people are on the panel and want to hang around and talk, then I might just duck out for half an hour and come back. We'll see how it goes. Depends on who we get. That's always up in the air. Call-ins, you just never know what's going to happen. That week was lively. Other weeks we didn't have as many people call in, so we'll see. But yeah, we get into some fantastic conversations. That one was terrific. I mean, we had some awesome exchanges of ideas and awesome people joining the panel, and I appreciated it. So hopefully we'll still get people like that who want to call in, because I love hearing from you guys. Yes. Yeah, Cassie, I do need to take care of myself better. So that means not overdoing it with excessively long lives all the time. So I'm trying. I'm going to try to do better. We finished the last one at 5.5 hours. That's honestly an improvement for us. So yeah, I do. This is therapy, really. I love love this community. Yes, damp cold is the worst. Teeter said, wait, what? I have read herself, and now you're correct. I indeed only see her. Wait, brains are weird. I'm confused, Teeter. I don't know. Maybe I'm too tired to read that right. Hey, All City Big Hack. Nice to see you, my friends. Much love right back. Yes. I think this episode gave away some big clues. I think so too, John. Honestly, I was shocked that they actually gave away a clue as big as I think it is. I mean, I'm pretty committed now to the theory of what is going on with the MDR numbers and what they're doing with it. I mean, in a split second frame that just flashed on the screen so fast that you wouldn't be able to actually see the detail unless you pause it. They gave away something that, to me, I mean, I don't know how else you can interpret it other than this is what they're doing with the numbers, which is refining numbers to, like, the numbers that they're refining are actually configuring chips in the heads of people on the testing floor, such as Ms. Casey. So, I mean, I'm going to pull up the image in a bit, but I don't know how else to interpret it other than that. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. I haven't put out an episode breakdown yet, getting into that, but that's what I said on the night too when we were talking about it in the watch party in my Discord. I was like, I can't believe they actually showed this, because I mean, I would have thought they'd want to keep that more mysterious longer, but I don't know what else we're supposed to think after seeing this thing. So we'll get into that when we look at the stills, but of course we're going to pause it and look at it. That's what they intended for us to do, and there it is, a bunch of boxes at the bottom of the screen with the same things that the same codes on it as the 4 tempers and percentages, 5 boxes that numbers get sorted into, just like on the MDR computers. And there's Miss Casey's face and vital signs. They're doing something to the chips. They're messing with the chips that are, configuring the chips that are in these people's brains. So
I'm trying to figure out if Cold Harbor is an actual city or Cold Harbor is a synonym for cold storage.
Right, because the first thing I thought of was cold storage.
Yeah, like Westworld, they call it cold storage.
Yeah, we were joking about it during the rewatches that Miss Casey's in cold storage now. What? Maybe she actually is. I mean, it is kind of like cold storage.
Yeah.
Like, we thought we were joking. I mean, I figured she was down there, in some kind of like frozen state, not, but I didn't think like literally frozen. Something similar to that. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if she's literally frozen, but cold harbor. Yeah, that's fascinating stuff. So yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Honestly, I didn't think I didn't think that it was going to be related to blowing stuff up, because yeah, there's a strong hint of that in the Lexington letter, but why would they give that away in a supplemental short story and not on the actual show? Nobody would do that. That doesn't make any sense. That's a huge reveal for them to strongly hint that they're blowing stuff up with the numbers, unbeknownst to them in the short story. No, that was a red herring. And I said it when we talked about the Lexington letter, that had to be a red herring. I don't think that that's what's going on here. Yes. Yes, Doc. I would like to do that, you know. I would like to do that. I think it'd be fitting, since since Doug Hughes is gonna be there and it's gonna be such a huge deal for me. Why not stick with the theme and continue with that when he heads out? Because you know, he obviously is not gonna stay for the entire live that we do. However long he'd like to stay, he'll stay. And yeah, luckily he stays up late. I told him our time. I said we'll start earlier for him if he wants, and he said no, it's fine. 10 p.m. is fine for him. He stays up till midnight anyway, so he's not going to bed anytime soon, so it'll be just fine. So that's great. Oh yes, we are on the same vibe. Absolutely. Doug will not be doing the propeller dance. That's for damn sure. I don't know where that came from, but oh no. Nope. It's not gonna be that kind of live. Hey Roger, I have strong theories. I think they all have a third personality. They change in the elevator without ever knowing. Several hints at this, including the 3 beds. Good point, Roger. The funny, it would be interesting if they disguise something, a clue in a humorous scene like that, with Rickon's 3 beds for his kid in season 1.
And I thought that was the super ego, the ego, and the id.
I like that. That could be very. So yeah, I mean, it could just be something symbolic like that, or it could be a hint to something else. But yeah, that's cool, and welcome, Roger.
Or it could be any of the Audi and then the merged. You know how it does in the beginning, the titles, they kind of merge?
Yes. Yeah, so that the third one would be the merged, reintegrated self, which is the goal for, for people that are trying to, get out of this, but want to, like, if you get out of this, ideally, you want to keep all of your memories. So I can understand the appeal of trying to, like, do what Petey did. Petey could have just run away and not looked back, but I could understand wanting to keep all of your memories, and he also, I think, probably wanted to keep them so he could, I don't know, maybe expose Lumon. I mean, he definitely exposed Lumon to Mark. He told Mark the truth about everything he knows, but yeah, he could have just run off. He didn't have to reintegrate. He could just run away. I mean, honestly, that might be the safest thing you could do, is just run away instead of doing more experimentation on your brain, and that ended up killing him. If he had just stayed put, Ragabi said that he would have been fine.
Yeah.
But he ran off. He didn't listen to her orders. So, but yeah, ideally, yeah, if you come out of this, you'd want to keep all your memories, because your innie that you created would basically die. It's like a version of yourself dies. All those memories are gone, and that would suck. I mean, if it were me, yeah, ideally, I'd want to keep both. And like the third, they've introduced another color to the show at times, purple, red and blue. Combine them together, you get purple
and green.
And green. There's green in the show too. It has been from the beginning. But the purple, I never noticed purple in there before. And at one point in the early part of the episode, Mark runs by a conference room. I think it had purple in it. I didn't see that. I don't remember that in season 1.
Yeah, there was one. There was a room that had purple in it last season.
Oh, I guess I don't know why I missed the purple, but it jumped out.
I think they walked past it when I think Bert and Irving walked past it. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Hey MoFi. I don't know much about this stuff. Ethernet cable. I don't know. All I have is Wi-Fi. I don't have any kind of wired connection, so I don't know if I can do that, unfortunately. Also, Mark is on the board, says Roger. Several hints he spoke through the speaker. That's why we never see the board. Oh. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. We don't know if anyone was going to actually be listening and speaking back to him when he's speaking to the board. Could just be other members of the board were there and listening when he spoke through the speaker. That could be it could be a little wink and a nod if that's true, if that theory is true. But yeah, I like it. I love hearing everybody's theories. And it would be a cool twist too. Mark of all people. Roger says I used to watch the From videos. Just discovered Severance this month. Oh well, I'm glad you discovered Severance and found my channel. That's terrific. And I've seen a lot of new Severance fans, which I'm so happy to see because I think it's one of the best shows I've ever seen. It one of the most creative and genius concepts. So I was really hoping I could personally recruit as many people as I could from the From community to watch this show. And I've gotten a few people to watch it already. And so far, everyone either loved it or they enjoyed it enough by the end of season 1 that they're committed now and want to continue. And that's all you can ask for. It's great. So great to see. Yeah, I want to get as many people interested in the show as possible. It's a show that needs to be discussed, not consumed in a vacuum. So obviously, yeah, we need people to talk to about it. And it's not just about wanting a lot of people here in the live, but just enough to have a good conversation. And we're getting enough already. We've got 27 people right now. Now that's enough to have a great conversation. That's all I care about at the end of the day. It doesn't need to be a ton of people. So that's perfect. Let's see. Doc said I recently watched The Substance and there were some Severance parallels, but more horror and gory. Oh, okay. The Substance. I'll have to put that on my list. Because I like anything that's similar. Julie will be on time for the first time ever. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be. I'm gonna double and triple check everything so that I'm ready in advance. I'll leave myself extra time. Although I was late when I interviewed Doug because I recently interviewed Doug, but I was late, but it wasn't my fault. I was in contact with him the whole time. I was having an allergic reaction, and I was messaging him the whole time, and he was actually giving me suggestions on what to do to make it stop. So that one wasn't my fault, but Friday, hopefully that won't happen. I think the allergic reaction might have been to my makeup. I don't know which of it. So, and I'm going to be wearing makeup because I'll actually be on camera for the live. So, I'll put it on way ahead of time just so I can be sure that, yeah, because I don't want anything like that happening again.
I'll be in hiding.
Yes. Yeah, you don't need to have your camera on. I want to have mine on, but you don't need to.
It's not vanity for me. It's just a mini iPad. It has the camera in the wrong place, so I'm gonna be looking off to the side unless I turn it like a camera, and then I can't put it up against anything because it's so slick it falls down a lot.
Right. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. So yeah.
Yeah. So I'd rather just have it like this.
Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. All City says if your job was cleaning music festival porta potties, yeah, it's something like that. You might want to forget that, or I don't know, if you had to do some kind of heinous, horrible thing for a living.
Where'd that come from?
Some kind of heinous, horrible thing. What?
Okay, I misheard you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where my mind's in the gutter. Yeah, I mean, like if you had to be a butcher.
Right. Yeah, stuff like that.
Or you had to work at a humane society putting animals down all day. You may
Oh
not want to
god.
remember that.
Yeah, stuff like that. Exactly. That's the kind of thing I was talking about.
Yeah.
Um, Teeter's, yeah, Fromaholic Fletch finally caught up and loved the cliffhanger. After 100 years, he got through episode 1. Yeah. It's funny. I was begging Fletch to watch the show for weeks. He couldn't get through episode 1. He was just stuck on episode 1. He could not get himself to finish and get past episode 1, beyond it. But then once he got beyond it, he just binged the rest of it fast and loved it. So finally, yeah. Some people have a little issue with getting through episode 1, but I keep begging them to keep going. I loved it from the beginning, but not everybody does. I'm sorry to hear that, Cassie. You haven't been feeling well either. So I hope you feel better. Yeah, I understand you. So yeah, it sucks. Feel better, Cassie. And yeah, it's normal to have a cold or other virus that makes you tired too, Julie. Yeah, for me, it's not that, but yeah, Dieter, I hope you feel better too. Dieter hasn't been feeling well. This time of year, a lot of people are not feeling well. For me, it's just my chronic condition. Yeah. Yep, I will definitely drink a lot of water. I will do that. Cold Harbor. Yeah, Gabrielle, that was a big, gigantic clue. Huge. I was really excited to see that. And again, surprised that they gave that much away. Hey, Ty Briggs. Hello, milkshakes. We don't have a cohesive name for the Severance fandom. We don't know what to call each other. We're used to coming in and saying hello Fromaholics or hello
Frolicaholics.
Frolicaholics. I wish that wasn't such a mouthful. I would use it.
Yeah.
You know? It's just, it doesn't roll off the tongue. Frolicaholic. I mean, I don't know. It's just not, it's not, I thought about it. I thought, could we use that? Nah. I changed my mind. I thought, nah, I don't think so. I don't know. Like, Fletch was calling us luminaholics. Again, that's a mouthful. Like, we've tried out all different things. I mean, I guess I don't know, waffle partiers. Maybe we could do that. And I was sitting there like, I'm writing the script for my episode breakdown for this episode, and I always start off I was like, wait a minute, how do I start? Because I always start off my videos saying like, hey Fromaholics or hey Fromily or whatever. And this time I was like, I don't know what to say. I don't have a generic sign-on like other people do. This is the first time I've covered another show besides From, so I don't have a generic sign-on. So I think I'm just gonna go with waffle partiers.
Hey, waffle partiers. Yeah, it comes off pretty well.
Yeah, it's not too much. It's not too much of a mouthful, so I think I'm gonna go with that. Yeah. They also gave us how many builds there have been. How many builds? Yeah, it said build 25 of Miss Casey, right? Build. Yeah, what the hell does that mean? We can talk about that. Yeah, I assume with them revealing this early, new mysteries are about to be introduced. Right, that's the thing. Actually, there was a little, I think it was a featurette at the end of the episode. I think in that one, I forget who said it, but one of the people interviewed from the show in the featurette said something about you think that you're going to think that there's going to be a huge reveal, but then that will expand even more, reveal bigger things. I think it was something to that effect. I don't remember the exact quote, but that might be what he meant, actually. So this might be, there's got to be something even bigger beyond this, which is exciting. Doc says I tend to be up until 3:30 a.m., so I don't mind the long streams. I tend to lurk, like, and turn down the volume on occasion to watch other things, pause that, and turn this back up. Sometimes I rewatch. That's cool, Doc. And yeah, I never would expect anybody to just watch the entire thing when it's 6 or 7 hours long or something like that. Even 5 hours long, a lot of people wouldn't watch the entire 5-hour live. I'm shooting more for that range in this case. Maybe ideally less, probably less than 5 tonight since I'm not feeling well. Anyway, let's keep it moving. It's like they're refining people's emotions to compartmentalize. Yeah, Ty, they could be doing that. Absolutely. There's all kinds of things that they could be doing. But yeah, that's a great point about compartmentalizing, because they're literally putting numbers that represent emotions into boxes at the bottom of the screen. They look like boxes. They're literally compartmentalizing these feelings. The scary numbers, for example. That's a great point. Yeah, it's a nice visual metaphor. Cold Harbor was a battle in Civil War where Confederates won. Oh, really, John? I didn't know that. Okay. I wonder if it's a reference to that. Okay. Dieter said Fletch is watching season 2, episode 1 right now. Cool. That's so great. Then he's going to be caught up with us shortly. Maybe he'll come in after. Cool. Gabrielle said, I wonder what the 5 bins with 4 tempers are. Yeah, right. So this is the weird thing, though. There's something strange. Maybe it's an error. But no, it can't be an error. If it's an error, it's within the same. So, okay, let me explain. In the Lexington letter, they also released a copy of the manual, that everybody reads, the Lumon manual. And if you look at the Lumon manual, you see a little illustration, a cutesy, cartoonish little illustration of 4 bins representing the 4 tempers. But then there are 5 bins that they sort these numbers into, not just 4, 5.
No, there's 4 folders with 4 of them each in the 5 folders.
Yeah, but there's a picture of 4 bins or something, and then there's in another shot. And then
maybe we should find that in the booklet. Maybe we should do some investigation.
Yeah, because like in the booklet, then there's an image of one of the computer screens that shows there are 5 bins where they file all the numbers, and you see that on the TV show too. So why is there an illustration with only 4 of them? I don't know. I just found that weird. But anyway, on the show, there are 5 bins on the computers, like Gabrielle here said. So yeah, what are the 5 bins, I wonder? It's not 4, it's 5. So we don't know we don't have any 5. Like, we have the 9 core principles in the show. We have 4 tempers, but I don't know what 5 of something would represent. Like, that's...
Yeah, 4 would be better, because if you were balancing all the tempers, but then balance them within the folders is kind of strange.
Yeah, within the folders. Like, because it shows that they're balancing the 4 tempers within 5 bins on Ms. Casey. So yeah, there's a percentage on each thing. Anyway, Dieter says I can't do a poll from this end. I don't know how to do one here. I don't know how to do one. I don't know if I can do one through StreamYard, although Tony does it. Tony uses StreamYard, and he does polls. I don't know how to do it.
Doesn't Jeremy use StreamYard?
Yeah, he does.
He does polls.
Right. I don't know if you have to be monetized to do it and do it through YouTube. Because my channel is not monetized right now, even though I'm eligible to be monetized. So I don't know if I can do that. If there's a way for me to do that, I need to find out how to do a poll. We're talking to someone about doing a giveaway, and I want to do a poll. I want to figure out how to do a poll in our next From Live, but that's neither here nor there. We're here for Severance, so I'm going to stay on topic. Roger says, I definitely don't think Helly is Helena. Such an obvious red herring. A lot of misdirection in season 1. I don't believe anything from episode 1 of season 2. Roger, you got a point there. Yeah, we agree. We talked about this offline, and we're also going to explain why we think, I mean, we're not convinced. Like, we think that there's a case to be made for this to be Helena. We're not 100%. This is Helly, but we think that this could be a red herring. So we hear you. And
so we'll present both sides with the case.
We'll present both sides. There's evidence to be made for both sides, so we'll discuss both. But I totally hear you, Roger. And we shouldn't be too quick to jump on things. Like, people read the Lexington letter and thought, that's it, they're blowing stuff up. Why would they give that away in a short story instead of on the show? So you should be careful not to jump to conclusions too quickly, one way or the other. Let's see. There is a lot of water themes and references throughout the show. What's up with that? Ty Briggs says yes, and there's a little droplet that makes up the Lumon logo too. Yeah, what is up with that? I don't know. Dylan talks a lot about water and, you know, imagining that maybe on the outside world, like, everyone has to live like at sea because something's happened to the earth and now everyone's living out in the ocean. I don't know. Yeah, it's a good point, Ty. I don't know. Hi, Amy. Hope you're doing all right tonight. Nice to see you as always. And oh, good, you got a job. Glad to hear that, Amy. And I heard you have been looking, and I appreciate you updating us. We're much we are glad for you that you were able to do that, because it is nerve-wracking. It is nerve-wracking job hunting. I know that. And welcome, Mickey B. Nice to see you. Gabrielle says, I think I'm team Helly at this point. We absolutely will see Helena this season. Oh yeah, we're going to see Helena one way or the other, but I'm leaning more toward team Helly. I just see the case for both. For both sides. Gabrielle says,
I'm kind of in your boat, but I see one really big tell, which is confusing to my senses.
Right. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, they're not making it easy to really come down and commit to a theory on this.
Nope.
Lumon is listening. That was such a creepy thing. They say that they're not listening anymore, and they have this seemingly innocuous phrase, Lumon is listening, as in they're listening to your concerns now, and there's severance reform, and they care. No, they're just listening to what you're saying. It's got a sinister vibe. They're full of shit that they're not listening anymore, and there are no cameras or recording devices. I don't believe that. They either still have secret recording devices or cameras, or they are using Helena and they're listening through her.
Yeah.
It's one or the other, but they're listening.
They're listening, yeah.
Literally. Ty says, what was up with the Dario character? What
the Italian guy.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Comedy relief, but like in Italy they do so many things harsher with the wooden. You get a wooden, like, paperweight instead of a crystal one, and you have to climb up a rope.
Yeah, I think it was just comic relief, honestly. All three of them, they were comic relief, and I enjoyed it.
They don't even have statues. They just have brooms with like paper plates on.
With plates. That was so great. I loved that. And they're like, wait, what about do you even have CPR dolls? And he said, no, they were also brooms. They were broomsticks with plates. They were too poor. Our bridge was very poor. We didn't have it. Oh my God, that was hilarious. We'll get into that. There's more we can say, but we'll never get to it if we don't continue. Gabrielle said the idea of a secret third consciousness is very Moon Knight. I'd love to see it. And it is super interesting. I like that idea a lot. Cassie said not with that chip in their head, they could activate it any time, couldn't they? Yeah, they could run, but they could run away, but if they activate the chip in their head, I wonder if there's some way that, imagine if there's like a tracking device on it too. There could be. maybe there's some kind of a way to track them. I mean, if they're smart, they would put a tracking device on it. So if they try to quit and run away and you know, I mean, how could they be sure that they'll never remember anything from the company and tell people about it? Things bleed through, and they don't acknowledge it. The company doesn't want to acknowledge that it's possible to reintegrate or that anything bleeds through, but I would think they would do something to protect themselves, like put a tracking device on it. People could just run away, but what would happen if they just had their INI activated? I mean, I guess I don't really think it would do anything for the company, really, to do that. It would screw with the person, but I don't know how, like, what the company would have to gain from it. That's something to think about, though. So there are like 3 levels or stages of severance, and Mark and them are just at that second level. They are still refining the 3rd level. The little girl might be some new advancement of their process. It's an interesting idea, Ty. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, the little girl is something to talk about too. She's This is very strange. Are they really severing children now, or is something else going on? Is she a clone?
Or did they just? Did you say she's a Klingon?
Is she a clone? I said, is she a clone?
Oh, I don't know. I think they just make a little stop at the local orphanage and stock up on children and then just raise them.
Yeah, that's so. I post on Twitter, like, is she a clone, a robot, an orphan? Like, what is she exactly? Those are like the 3 most popular ideas that would come to mind, I think, based on different theories people have about this show. So could be one of the 3, I would say. 'Cause what parent would let their kid be severed? So it's got to be one of the 3. John says they had purple chairs they sat in while watching the video too. Yeah, strikingly purple. Purple might represent that next level of severance. Yes, yeah, I think it might. Mark says, I think that room is the one Helly and Mark were in last season. The partitions had dust covers on them. Okay, I don't know why I don't remember the purple, because normally the colors jump out at me.
Yeah, they did. I remember that they had plastic covers over them.
John says Mark in his house in season 1, and yes, had a blue fish and a red fish too. 1 fish, 2 fish. I always think of that.
And
yes.
their beta fish. So if you took that, centerpiece out, they would fight each other to the death.
Yes.
Symbolism.
Yes, they would fight each other to the death. Yeah, the tension, symbolizing the tension between those 2 identities, the INI and the outie. I love symbolism. It's one of the reasons I love this show. Roger says Mark spoke through the speaker in episode 1 to Helly. Right, so that could be a clue in favor of your theory that Mark could be a member of the board. I like that. Yes, he did speak to her through that and asked her all those questions, including "Who are you?" starting with the very first line of the series. Gabrielle says people are theorizing that they're severed another time, and that reminds me of Moon Knight having 3 personalities. Yeah, that's entirely possible. Ty says, I hope we get a full episode of the Outies next. Normally, I would say, no, I don't want that. But in this case, I think it would be interesting because I personally prefer when they show the INI life. I find it more, I don't know. I'm more interested in that. You go to, like, this is one of the reasons why I had trouble myself with the very first episode of season 1. When they switch to Mark's outie life, the show just takes a hard swerve and it's totally different. And you just see him and his depression. And in certain parts of it, I'm not as into, like, when he's going out on a date with that woman. I don't really have any interest in this, that storyline where he's going out on a date, and I understand why they're doing it, and he's processing his grief and trying to move on with his life and dating again, but I find that less interesting than everything else. But now, of course, I mean, the stuff with his sister and Rickett, I mean, that's gold. That's comedy gold. I love that.
Yeah. I was going to mention her, and then also that, like, 5-month gap that Mark has,
Right.
Oh, I want to know something about that.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
so in this case,
what's Deva doing with that information he gave her, the INI gave her?
Right. So in this case, I would be totally fine with it and welcome a whole episode of just the outies, because we need some information as to what happened in those 5 months. And I think we very well may get a full episode of just the outie world. The first episode was called Hello, Ms. Cobel. And even though she's not even in it, which was my only complaint about episode 1, there was no Harmony Cobel. No Patricia or Kat. Not once. Not one scene.
Crimes.
And then episode 2 is called Goodbye, Mrs. Selvig, which sounds pretty ominous. But I don't think they're kicking her off the show. They'd be insane unless she's choosing to leave. But
only Juliette Lewis does such things.
Right. So if episode 1 is called Hello, Miss Cobel, and it's all the innie life, we don't see anything on the outside. Episode 2 is Goodbye, Mrs. Selvig. That's the outer persona of Mrs. Selvig. So I think it may be nothing but the outer world, most likely.
Yeah.
Every time I say Bert and Irving, I also think of Bert and Ernie, Bill. Yes. Yes, I do. And that avatar looks familiar, Bill. Did you switch your name from something else? Because that looks like William Waddy avatar. That I have a good memory for visual things, and so I tend to remember people's avatars. So let me know if you're the same person. John Answers said episode 2 is about outies. The episode description is out. Okay, I figured. I'm gonna have to look that up. Oh yeah, maybe I'll look it up during the stream on here. Anyway, Gabrielle says, I'm so jealous of y'all who just watched. I was watching this live 3 years ago. Damn, that sucks, Gabrielle. You had a long wait for the resolution of that cliffhanger from hell. That sucks. By the way, Ty, this is really, every time I click on your comments, your avatar is freaking me out. Why do you have a spider?
Cool.
That looks like a big spider, and it's creeping me out, Ty.
That's a cool spider.
Jesus. Some people think it's boring, but not me. My mind never drifts when I watch. Me neither, Ty. I find this show captivating.
I found the pilot hilarious. I thought I found it so funny.
Yeah. I love this show, and I don't mind the long pauses and the slower moments. I think it's captivating. Wow, I'm really far behind the chat. I'm going to try to catch up quickly. We're at the 52-minute mark. We got to get into the episode. So I apologize if I can't highlight every comment, or we'll keep you here forever. And I know we want to talk about the episode, all of us. So yes, Dieter, I will do that. Oh my God, Big Heck thought I said I said heinous with an H. God.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All city. I guess we have a simpatico.
I guess so. I don't know. Oh my God. Okay. Roger says, anyone else got crazy theories? Can't wait to find out why Irving is investigating Lumon on the outside. I don't really have any crazy theories or anything like that, but I want to hear everybody's crazy theories. So bring them on.
You got military chipped. The military is involved.
Yes. Sevaholics. Yeah, maybe that would work. Or innies is good. Roger says is. Mickey B says Lumonites. I like
Lumonites. Like Lumonites or Luminaires with a U might work.
Yeah. Luminaire. Yeah, I like that.
Nobody wants to join the Waffle Party.
What?
Nobody wants to be Waffle Party.
Maybe not. I don't know. I like waffle partiers too.
Yeah, I like waffle partiers. Sounds good. Sounds like we're having a good time.
Yeah, and it's funny. Everybody loves the waffle party scene because it's bizarre and hilarious. So why not?
You might get hits from people just typing Severance Waffle Party randomly in the YouTube.
Yeah, it could be good for the algorithm.
Yeah.
It could be good for the algorithm. Luminaires. That's why I said hi innies, but it doesn't feel cohesive like hi fromily, right, Gabrielle? That's the problem. Brain splitteraholic goats. There is a mouthful. Lumonites, awful waffle. Please enjoy each comment equally. I'll try. I'll try.
I can't.
We'll just bleat at each other like goats. Yeah, we'll just come on and bleat at each other. I'll just bleat at the start of my videos. The illuminated. Ooh,
Yeah.
the illuminated. I like that, Ty. Baby goats. Roger says it's interesting. They lied to the innies rather about how many countries exist, unless the universe as a whole has more countries.
Yeah, I think it's alternate. I think it's an alternate universe, an alternate because a PE for the state.
Yeah,
and there's 195 countries, and they said there was 206, but who knows what happened in this alternate history, like what wars or stuff went on. You know,
right.
They could have a PE that could be like Pennsylvania and Delaware together as some kind of weird state.
Right. So it's possible it's like an alternate universe type of thing. And maybe that's why the tech looks so weird. And, there are all these old cars and old computers, old flip phones and analog clocks and watches. And then, they somehow also have technology for severance of the brain. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe it's an alternate universe, because on the map it said Kier PE. And there is no PE. That doesn't exist. There's no PE state. So yes. Anyway, Mark says
or Providence.
Right. Or yeah.
Or they said U.S. and territories, right, on the intro
I think
interview.
so.
I don't think any territories either.
No. Mark said I have a particular fondness for innies, perhaps because they are vulnerable and haven't chosen their existence. Oh, absolutely. Me too. Inniacs or deep divers. I could use that on my videos. Yeah, I could do that. Deep divers. That could be like a generic, because maybe I should have if I start doing deep dives into, I want to start branching out and occasionally maybe deep dive into a film or something. There may not always be a fan community that I can address at the beginning, so I'll need some kind of generic intro, and that works. That works. I don't know why didn't I think of that? That's so obvious. Yes, I could use that with Alice. Thank you. Roger said there are only 195 international countries. Yes, absolutely. The Olympics sometimes includes past countries if they've participated. That's true. Okay, I'm gonna skip down a bit. Hey, Infinite Umbra. Do you see some options underneath the chat that should allow you to create a poll underneath the chat? In StreamYard, I don't see anything, but I'm not using an app. I'm using StreamYard on the browser. Maybe that's the problem. Because Scarlet, you use an app, don't you?
Yes, I do.
I've never used the StreamYard app. In fact, I didn't think there was one, because I looked for one and I couldn't find it.
I think you can only be a guest on it.
Oh, okay. Because I searched in the Play Store and I didn't find one. I looked. StreamYard in the Play Store. No, there's nothing. There's no StreamYard app in the Play Store, and that's where all the apps are supposed to be that you can get for Android or Chrome, or I have a Chromebook, so you can.
Yeah, I got mine from iTunes, so
maybe Apple has a StreamYard app, but Android doesn't. That's weird. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you, Umbra, for telling me that, but I don't see that.
Or maybe in YouTube? Was it in YouTube?
Maybe. But YouTube, that's not anything. That's just what anybody can see rather than me. Like if I go to our YouTube stream, it's just what anybody can see. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. Hey, Taylor. There's a new name. I don't know if you were somebody else, if you had a different name and you changed it, but welcome. The water tower. Yeah. Water tower was funny. Roger says she was also the water tower that is an animated thing. That was funny. The talking water tower. That was hilarious. Roger says she was clearly mad at her outie and lied to hide that she was a Kier. Oh, you mean an Egan? Yeah. And she was obviously flirting with
She
Mark.
might as well be a Kier.
She might as well, yeah.
Well, see, I have friends with the last name Kier, so I always think it's a last name and not a first name.
Okay. It sounds more like a last name. But anyway, she was, that's the thing, Roger. We'll get into it. But exactly, why wouldn't she hate her outie naturally? Because she just found out that her outie, if they managed to kind of achieve world domination and put severed chips in the heads of everybody, that it will basically be thanks to her outie. That's what her dad said, that, this is all thanks to you. Ever since you were a little girl, when you said, Daddy, the chips are so pretty, everyone in the whole world should have one. And now she did this PR stunt to make Severance look like it's okay for the masses. That, okay, if an Egan does it, then it must be okay for everyone. She will be responsible for spreading Severance to much more people, and it could be like a serious problem for society, for the world. And so why wouldn't she hate her outie and want to dissociate from her and not believe that she's the same person? So when she gave that little aside where she was kind of harshly talking about her outie, saying we're not the same person, that's how I interpreted it when I first watched it. You could interpret it that she's actually Helena and has, contempt for innies, and that's why she's saying it. But you could look at it from either perspective.
It's a completely ambiguous line that can be applied to both.
Exactly. So you can make a case for either.
They don't like each other, those Helly Helena combo.
Yes.
Opposed.
Yes. Helly story walked. Story walking from, I think most of us are From fans here, but occasionally, if you're not a From fan, you might hear some references you don't understand. But if you don't watch MGM Plus's From, please watch MGM Plus From. It's the best show on TV, in my opinion, and Severance is number 2. So, yeah, because I know we're starting to get a few Severance fans organically, so that's awesome to see. Anyway, and yes, now we have 42 people. Thank you all so much for being here. If you could please hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate it. We're about to get into the episode breakdown, and hitting the like would really help people find this channel. It's still a very new channel, and we're new to covering Severance. So every time someone hits the like, it really helps people find the video. And hi, Mickey. So nice to see you. Mark says that water tower, I used to see that all the time when I was living in New Jersey. Yeah, and that's right. They used that water tower and this building, Lumon, that you see here on our background. That's a real building in New Jersey. And the parking lot, it does have the same kind of basic shape, but they did some CGI to mess with parts of it. But yeah, they couldn't have picked a better building for the show. The entire thing looks like it's made of mirrors because it has that mirrored glass covering the whole thing. So how fitting is it? I mean, representing the duality of the self, seeing your reflection in it, and then everyone has dual selves when they're severed. So it's perfect.
I like that Ben Stiller in his podcast said that he wanted a place that had never been filmed at, and he was really surprised that Bell Labs has never been filmed in.
Yes, yeah, they were shocked that no one had ever filmed anything there. It's because it's an amazing looking building. Amy, me too. When Mark wrote that note, I cracked up laughing. We're gonna get to that in a minute. No, I wrote it all down because it's hilarious. Taylor said when Mark and Helena had the convo in the halls. Okay, so you're in the Helena camp. She switched so quick, but it can be Helly is ashamed of her outie life, or Helena is making sure to distinguish the two to Mark. Exactly, it could go either way. John says Dario's badge says he is the 39th severed, despite looking super young. Oh, I didn't notice his badge, John. Okay. The 39th severed.
Maybe Severing's different in Italy.
Maybe, yeah. He was hilarious. Umbra said Helly had a few tells that made her questionable. The lie is the thing I don't understand. Why did she lie? She didn't have to lie about being an Egan. They wouldn't have blamed her. It's not her fault. How can she help that? But maybe she didn't want them to see her differently because fundamentally, on some level, they are the same person. Maybe she didn't want them to see her differently and look, hold something against her that she's an Egan, but I still think she shouldn't have lied. There was no need to lie.
Unless she was tortured.
And Umbra said the weird reaction to seeing Mark and not quite knowing where the on switch for the PC workstation was. Yeah, when she saw Mark, she took a couple seconds before she hugged him back when he hugged her. That was weird. We'll go through it. We'll go through it and analyze it.
We'll go through it.
If that is Helly, why did she fumble with the power button on the computer? Yeah, the camera deliberately wanted us to see that. Yeah, that's why it could be a red herring. That's the thing. Shows like this love to drop red herrings. So you can make a case for either. We'll go into the reasons on each side of it. Hey, V-Sky. There's a new name. Welcome. Oh, nice. Hi, friends. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Well, thank you for popping into the chat. Nice to see you. Yeah, welcome. That's cool. Sometimes I wonder about the people that are just listening and not typing in the chat, but I appreciate everybody, whether you feel like chatting or you just like to listen. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Yes, listening. Okay. Gabrielle says, I ultimately think she's Helly because she felt like herself, but with a layer of shame rather than disgust. I felt that too, Gabrielle. I did. Roger says, I love how they all woke up in the boardroom. Mark speaks through the speaker. That's why I'm convinced many of them and Mark are, in fact, the board in their third persona. Oh, that's an interesting idea. In the boardroom. Yeah. That could be a hint, Roger. I like your theories. Interesting stuff. Keep it coming. Welcome, Quan Solar. Nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for liking the stream. Mark says, I thought that Milchick creeped me out. Miss Wong cranks it up to 11 for me. She's creepy as hell, yes. She is creepy. They did a great job hiring that kid. Does a great job as a creepy kid. It's a trope, the creepy kid, but I'm here for it. Let's see. I think Miss Wong is in a young Kier cult. That's highly likely.
Kier youth.
Maybe there's still an Egan School for Girls. We saw a picture that said Egan School for Girls. Was it Egan School or Kier School? I think it was Egan.
It was Myrtle.
Myrtle
Egan.
Right. So that gave me the sense that this is a cult that indoctrinates people from a young age.
That gave me that World War II feeling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes. So I got the sense that in that shrine picture that what's her name, that Miss Cobel went to that school for girls as a young girl, or her mother, or both. Anyway, Kier youth. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Beast Guy says, what if Lumon is also into cloning and these chips can swap their intelligence into new clones? Explains Miss Wong being a crossing guard. That's interesting. That could be, because I know cloning is a theory that's popular. And yeah, like what if that could swap their consciousness and all their memories that already exist into a clone? That could be. They said that she was a crossing guard. That was interesting. Yeah, crossing guard. Like maybe it's a clue to something.
Yeah, that's kind of on Team Orphan.
Yeah.
She did it at the school for girls.
Yeah, maybe. Taylor says she's being indoctrinated like oh, you mean Cobel? Like Cobel was. Hey, Fletch, you finished. So happy you finished the show. Finally. Thank you for watching the show. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I'm psyched that you can join us now. Greetings, Luminaholics. Thanks for coming, Fletch. Roger says, I think a lot of the language is directed to Scientology. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely look like they're using culty vibes on purpose, and Scientology comes to mind right away. Huh? What did you say?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'll say no more to that. Yes.
Fletch says, I wonder what Audi Mark is up to now since Innie Mark told his sister everything. Right. I think we're going to find out in episode 2, finally. John says, how do we know not 5 months have passed for sure? I figured that was a lie. Oh, it could be a lie. Yeah, we can't really trust anything for sure.
I mean, so seeing the next episode about the Audis might clear a little of that up.
Absolutely. Yes. Quan says, I enjoy seeing Mark's pained alcoholic life. I mean, that part of the show isn't as enjoyable for me. But I like the way they do it very artistically, showing his extremely dimly lit apartment as a metaphor for the depression of his mind. They do so much with visual metaphors in the show and symbolism, and the darkness of his apartment shows the state of his psyche, the darkness of his psyche and his depression. So yeah, dude needs to invest in a few lamps. But I know why they're doing it. So Mark S has 3 romantic relationships to manage through. Helly, Miss Casey / Gemma. Who's the other one?
The doula?
Harmony.
Is the doula gonna come back?
Who gonna come back?
The girl he was awkwardly dating, the doula.
Oh, right. See, that part of the show is so uninteresting to me that I forgot. That's my least favorite part of the show, actually. Yeah. That woman he was dating, Alexa. Was it Alexa? I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Say, I totally forgot about her. So now he has 3 relationships to manage.
Oh, it's like Tabby.
It's like Tabby and her 3 husbands. On From, if you don't watch From, anybody that's listening.
So you're gonna have to watch From now, see?
But I'm guessing almost everybody that I've seen here is from the From community. So okay, let's I'm gonna skip through here. Is Gemma alive or dead? That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe they faked her death and they're experimenting on her. Maybe she's actually in a coma like some people think, and they're experimenting on her and she's able to come out of it using the chip, but then she goes back into it. I don't know. That's a big one. We'll have to dive into that in a bit. We'll talk more about that one because we could go on a long time about that. Selvig obviously has to go away because they all know she's fake. Right, Roger. That's why it's called Goodbye, Mrs. Selvig, episode 2. Well, I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Fletch. So glad you're enjoying the show now and we're able to get through the first episodes. Quan says, I don't think Milchick is in a box anymore. I think he has an Audi life now and I want to see it. Me too. I was thinking maybe he never left work at all, but now we know that's not the case. Well, we already knew when he woke up Dylan, but
he has a motorcycle hobbyist.
Yeah, it looks like he has I think that's him and his motorcycle. Was Irving a vet or just his father? I think both. Quan.
You know what? I heard that stuff that was in the trunk was John Turturro's dad's.
Oh, really? That's cool.
He asked to bring it in because they were doing something about his character's father, and he was like, "Can I bring in my dad's stuff?"
That's cool. That's
so
cool.
It's his dad's picture and everything in there.
Nice. I'm not caught up with the podcast, so I didn't know that.
They could have both be vets. I'm thinking service family.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be. And a popular theory is that he got severed because he had PTSD, which is all too common. Jesus. Hear that?
Beast. She wanted to chime in on this question.
Yeah. Boo is very, very opinionated on this subject. That's my cat. For those of you who didn't know my cat by now, she makes guest appearances once in a while. Anyway, welcome TJ Yao. Nice to see you. I'm happy to be covering Severance. I'm glad you're into Severance too. Awesome. Yes, Mickey, it was his dad's uniform. It's definitely way too old to be his. But there's the theory that he's also a vet. Maybe that's why he got severed, so that could be. Umbra, yeah, I think Deep Divers makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I think I'll go with that as my generic sign-on. I believe he chose them for their trauma because it helps Lumon with the refining process somehow. They chose them for their trauma. Yeah. So like they select certain people for that reason. I could totally see that, John. Yeah.
Sounds like From again.
Yes. Exactly. People are chosen on From probably because of their trauma as well. Mm-hmm. So yes. Mark, oh thanks. Maybe I should deep dive into some films. It would be fun to do. Mm-hmm. And there's certain ones I would love to. I'm generally more into TV than film, but I love analyzing either or, as long as it's high quality and thought provoking enough to do that. Mark said, I think that Helena may not be the Kool-Aid drinking Kier at first look.
Yeah. I think there's a colonel in there, a rebel colonel, I should say.
So what I've seen of her so far, though, mm-hmm. in the trailer and the preview for this season, she seems pretty evil. Yeah.
But I'm saying deep within the recesses of her non-soul, much like a vampire, there could be that little tiny dot of humanity.
Yes.
From there blossomed Helly.
Right, and that's why she's so rebellious, because essentially they are the same people, so part of them does, I think, come through with them even when they're severed, inevitably. So that's why she was like impossible to tame in there. John, I think they did I think they were chosen for something specific, but then they replaced 3 refiners, no problem, but there's definitely some reason Mark's department is so good at refining. Yeah, Gabrielle, I agree. All City Big Hex says it doesn't say he's 39th outright. His ID number has 39, and people are theorizing that. Okay. Roger said Helly hated the entire system. Of course she would be ashamed and lie. She tried to unalive herself. Yes, that's true. Exactly. They released their badges online. I don't think you could see them in the episode. Oh, John. Okay. I didn't. Yeah, because I took screenshots of everything and I didn't see that. Thank you for letting me know. Right. That's why. So Fletch thinks that's Helly and not Helena, that she's ashamed of her outie and that's why she's hiding. I think you could absolutely make the case for either or, and I agree. Yes. No child labor laws in Lumon land. Yeah. This is the town of Kier. Maybe they have their own laws, and who knows? I have no idea.
Yikes.
Kier says Kier is like L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, like the Scientology founder. Yep. John Answers said the cast said in Entertainment Weekly that cloning isn't going on. Oh, okay. Maybe they debunked that. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see. Mickey says, I think Huang also represents what happens at work when a younger person comes into the office with less experience but winds up getting a higher position, more pay, and becomes your boss. Oh, that's all too common, too. That's all too common. And it seems like the show is trying to make a statement against big corporations, and they could easily be using that as a vehicle to do that, for sure.
And the absurdity of having a child be your boss.
Exactly, yeah. Pure absurdity of it.
Yeah.
Quan says, I guess there was no autopsy. Like, was Gemma ever seen dead? I need to know. Yeah, it would be nice to have a little more information on that, for sure. Mark says, I think Mark's innie has his hope. Yes, each of the outies are missing something. Okay, yeah, and Mark's innie has his hope. Okay. If Gemma was really dead, witnessed by Mark, then we got cloning. If they never saw the body, then it's her. Yeah, Quan, I don't know. Like, it's difficult to try and reconcile what exactly happened to her. But hey, Laura Butler, nice to see you. Are they selected or do they volunteer? They volunteer, but it seems like Lumon deliberately tries to target people to get them to volunteer. Like in the Lexington letter, they really aggressively pursued this woman, offering her a job at 4 times the pay she was making as a school bus driver. So that's why it seems like they kind of select people. And hey, welcome, Martin. Nice to see you. And finally, okay, let's get into the breakdown. And oh, welcome, Matt Gilbert. We're not debating over the Helena Helly thing. Yeah, we kind of are, Matt.
Yeah, we kind of are, Matt.
It's not a settled thing. Like, we can actually debate it. It's just a theory that it's Helena. Matt says Lumon would not risk sending their next CEO back in there as ultimately the next, as essentially the ultimate union organizer, right? But you could also say that why would they risk sending their next CEO back in after she tried to unalive herself? And they did. They still did. They sent her back in after she tried to hang herself in the elevator. I mean, if they're willing to do that, why not send her back in this way? I mean, if you think about it, like, I mean, what's worse than her trying to hang herself in the elevator? Like, they still did that. So it's,
or chopping her fingers off with a paper cutter.
yeah, you could make a case for either. We're going to talk about the arguments for both. I'm not like married to one theory or the other, but I see the argument for both.
We're not gonna get into fisticuffs here.
Yeah. V Sky, what does the R in Helly R stand for if she's an Egan?
Oh, yeah. Riggs.
Riggs. I wonder where they got that from. They just picked a random name or something.
She's rigged. I don't know.
Yeah, rigged. Yeah. Hey, Kelly, welcome. Why would they send their CEO there in the first place? Yeah, right.
That's why I always thought she was the wife of somebody, because the wife's kind of expendable. I'm surprised it wasn't a daughter.
Yeah. Let's see. Roger says we know that Mark watched Gemma die in the hospital, but who knows what happened. I think it was deliberate targeting of Mark, who I think is closely connected with Kier. Cobel is obsessed with both. Right. They could have taken Gemma and then manipulated Mark. Like, we don't know how he found out about the job or got to offer the job. So they probably approached him. I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I didn't know you watched her die.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that either. Did they say that?
I don't know what episode that was in. What if he was talking to his sister or what?
Yeah. Okay. Umbra says agreed if they'd send Helly back in after her trying to unalive herself, and they'd send her back in as Helly or Helena. Yeah. Matt says the definite clue that settled it was the close-up, a 3-second close-up on Helena unable to find her workstation power switch. Right, but what if that's a red herring?
What if that's a red herring?
Right? Yeah. I can see the argument for either, but we're going to get into the breakdown. And yes, I will check my DMs, Umbra, when I get a chance. Absolutely. We're going to start breaking down the episode. Oh my god, yeah, we really need to start.
Yeah, we gotta start.
Okay. I didn't expect the chat to be this lively.
Yeah, it's good.
And then I get carried away. That's great. We've got 42 people watching.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. This is the most we've had for Severance yet. And if you could please hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate it. Please and thank you. And yes, it hasn't been 2 hours, big heck. It's only been an hour and 24 minutes.
It might have felt like 2 hours.
Sorry, guys. I didn't expect there to be so many messages, and I wasn't looking at the counter, counting the time. So I just kept going.
It's pretty exciting to have this much waffle partiers.
Yeah, right? So the good news is the first 2 minutes of the episode are just Mark running up and down the halls, so we can get through this.
Yeah, but that was a really cool effect when they kind of swirled a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know how they did that. I'm gonna have to listen to the podcast to see how they achieved that, because I don't think I've really seen. I watch a lot of film and a lot of TV, and I've never seen that done that way. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I thought it was really great how they, like, I feel like this was a direct parallel on purpose to the way season 1 opened with Mark. When Mark was carefree at the beginning of season 1, any Mark, he had all this trauma on the outside and pain, and then he walked in, just sauntered through the halls, very light, just lighthearted and carefree. And now you see the direct contrast, the parallel. Now that he's been radicalized, his eyes have been opened, and all this has happened to him. Now you see him panicked, running through the halls like a maniac, like disoriented. Another thing about it is, when he was walking through the halls in season 1, episode 1, he had no problem navigating his way around. And we all wondered, how in the hell did these people find their way around so easily when these halls are just winding like a maze, and there are no signs anywhere, like, to make it clear where they are, like no numbered signs, like, suite numbers or something. And yet they find their way around. But in this scene, he seems like he can't find where he's going. He's running around and disoriented and having difficulty finding what he's trying to find. So it just, again, it's a direct contrast and shows how much he's changed. Now, yeah, he's in this confused, disoriented state because he's had this awakening on the outside. And I'm putting this in my breakdown. So just a little preview of my breakdown for this episode, but because I'm not done with it yet, I'm still writing it. But I thought this was a really great reference to Plato's Allegory of the Cave. And in Plato's Allegory of the Cave, this whole show is a great like an allegory for that. It's like you can see the parallels to it. In that allegory, you have people who are chained up in a cave, and all they can see are shadows on the wall, and that's what they think is their reality, because that's all they know. And then in the allegory, one person is unchained, turns around and sees the people and the objects behind him that are projecting those things on the wall. So then that's the next level of reality that he's finally seeing. And then he leaves the cave and sees the ultimate reality, the outside world. And it's so bright, and it's so much to process that it's blinding. And when he goes back down into the cave and tries to explain to the other prisoners what he saw out there, like, they can't possibly comprehend the true reality that he's experienced because they've never seen it. And when he goes back in, he can barely see. It was blinding. So this is very much like Mark coming back in after seeing reality, the true reality, the outside world. Now he's disoriented and can't find his way around these halls that were no issue to him before. He's running around disoriented, confused, and it's like he's been blinded by seeing the sunlight of the true reality, even though it was nighttime. But this is a metaphor. The true reality of the outside world. So again, this show is just amazing in the way that, you can tie it into concepts like that. And I think they're going for that deliberately, the allegory of the cave. And in fact, later he tries to describe like what he went through to the people. Now, admittedly, he doesn't try very hard, but they ask him, his new coworkers, like how it was out there, and they can't understand his experience. Just like in the allegory of the cave, the other prisoners can't understand when someone comes back and tells them or tries to tell them about it. Anyway, there's that purple conference room. that he runs past, and eventually he seems to find what he was looking for, except it's changed. It is, where is it? Okay, so this is the wellness center area, and so the sign has been kind of painted over. He goes in, and all that's left are these two green couches facing each other. There's no painting of Taming the Four Tempers on the wall, that little kinky, weird Kier painting. And the two doors to the wellness center where they do the sessions, the room where they do the sessions, they're literally like walled off. The doors are not there, and now it's just part of the wall. So that's gone. And so apparently when he got brought back there, or woken up as an innie, his first thought was try and find Miss Casey. I guess maybe in his confusion, he forgot that she wasn't going to be there anymore. She was sent back down to the testing floor. I mean, they told him that she was fired. So I think he was just panicked. And remember, the last thing that he experienced was realizing that that was his wife before he was woken back up here. So his first thought would be to go try and find her. And I guess he forgot that, of course, she wouldn't be there anymore. And yeah, there's somebody watching him.
Yeah.
Somebody watching him. Now, that looks like Milchick, but I'm maybe it's just because you can't see very well, but that doesn't look like what Milchick is wearing when we see him in a minute.
Yeah, it's way blurry. So
see, here's why I find this weird, though. It's blurry, but that looks like a suit with something white under it. See, there's the wall that's white. That looks like white, and Milchick is wearing a blue turtleneck that day.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it's just a continuity error, or
maybe it's new security.
But obviously that looks like Milchick's head there. So I don't know. Just a thought. But someone is watching him, possibly, most likely. Lumon's watching. Lumon's listening.
Oh, watching and listening.
Yes. So, and whoever this is,
that's a great shot, though. Too. That's a great shot with this little hint of a person there.
Right. It's creepy, and isn't it interesting the imagery that they use? Only half of a person, as in like the severed person, just half of a person there. See, it's details like that that make this show so brilliant. And I know I geek out over stuff like this, but I just love the visual choices of a show like this, that deliberately trying to convey things through visual symbolism and colors, and there's a lot of visual symbolism of representing duality of the selves and severed selves and stuff like that. So that was a cool shot. I liked that. And then he was gone. Mark turned around and he left. So whoever it is, probably Milchick, didn't want Mark seeing that he was watching. And so he shows up at his office, and it is not his crew. And this was already in the trailer, so this wasn't a surprise to us, but still enjoyable.
Let me tell you, if the girl from Arrested Development and this guy right here that's in every Wes Anderson film isn't in anything more than this one episode, I'm going to eat my hat. That's too much talent wasted.
I have a feeling they're not going to be back, though. I don't know. Like, I don't know where they would fit them in to everything else going on, like, I don't know. But who knows? Maybe they'll be back in some capacity. I just think they're going to keep their formula of the same core cast members, and maybe they said they were going to throw some new people in during that little featurette. So who knows? They might bring them in a little bit in some
he's my birthday twin.
Oh, yeah. This guy here.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Mark's like, who the hell are these people? And Milchick shows up with his balloons and his creepy smile as usual.
He looks good. He's rocking a turtleneck.
Yeah, he rocks turtlenecks quite well. He had a sweet turtleneck in season 1 too, during the the music dance experience is just a different color. Yeah. So he's got balloons with Mark's face all over them, and he wants to see him in the office. Now,
and no credit sequence.
Yes, so they followed the same formula of season 1. There was no opening credit sequence in the premiere episode. So I guess they went for the same model, and I'm sure it'll be back in episode 2. How can you not use that amazing opening title sequence? Of course. I'm sure it'll be back. It won an Emmy, so why would they get rid of it? Anyway, so Milchick tells Mark, what you did. Let's see. What you all did 5 months ago was one of the most painful moments in the history of this company. I too was wounded by it, but we must be cut to heal. That's what it said on the. I'm pretty sure that was what it said on the wall in Mrs. Selvig / Cobel's house. It said something like, "You must be cut to heal" or something. It's a Kier quote.
It's embroidery. It's embroidery on her wall.
Yes, so it's very culty, and yeah. So obviously infantilizing him with the balloons, of course, too, and he takes him to this office, and he says, Miss Huang will hold your balloons for you. I assure you, they won't be taken. But he doesn't want Mark to be distracted by the balloons, like a child, of course. And a literal child is here, ready to hold his balloons. So, yeah, maybe she's an orphan, and the Lumon kind of adopted her, indoctrinated her. She's part of the cult. I wouldn't be surprised if, on the outside, when she's her outie self, if she does have an outie life, which I'm guessing she does. I wouldn't be surprised if she goes to the Egan School for Girls, just like Cobel or her mother in that picture, whichever she is. I think it's her mother, but it could be either. And yeah, so Mark is obviously confused as to why she's a child. And yeah, but of course he's not getting any answers out of Milchick. And it's interesting though, is she severed though? We don't know if she's severed. She's just taken Milchick's position, and as far as we know, Milchick is not severed. So maybe she's not.
She could be a crossing guard if she's not severed.
Yeah. Yeah, so she might not be severed, actually, come to think of it. She just might be a young indoctrinated
Kier youth.
Kier youth, yes. Yeah. So if they're going with whatever Milchick is, I don't think he's severed. So
she's also a deputy manager, which means she's not getting paid. She's like an intern.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, so Mark wants to know what's going on, and Milchick says Miss Cobel is no longer with this company. He manages the severed floor now, and they didn't fire the MDR team. Irving and Helly successfully made contact with people on the outside, just like Mark did. And he said Dylan's outie learned what happened after the fact. This is according to him. The thing is, Irving didn't technically make contact with anyone on the outside. Yeah. I mean, if we want to be technical, he didn't have a conversation with anyone. He was still banging on the door. As far as we know, he was still banging on the door for Bert to let him in when he was woken up. So actually, he didn't talk to anybody. But I guess you could still say that's making contact in some way. They might have heard him banging on the door.
Yeah. So. What is this picture he has hung up here? Is it like 2 gears? What is that?
I was trying to figure that out myself, and I have no idea. What is that? I don't know.
Anybody in the chat know what this is?
It kind of reminds me of a giant iceberg, but it's the shape of it is weird though. This thing, this hunk out of it, and then this hole in it. I don't know. Yeah, you got me. I don't know. So Milchick says the four of you have achieved international fame and hands him the Kier Chronicle, which is, I'm sure, a propaganda paper. It's made by Kier, the town of Kier, that is. So it's probably propaganda. This looks fake. This is doctored. It's got the four of them. Yeah, of course, the four of them did not ride in some parade. That's bullshit, clearly. And
that's a picture of JFK in a parade.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of like JFK riding.
Yeah. No, there's an actual picture of JFK in that car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. So he says that they've achieved international fame, and I don't believe anything that he says, of course. And we looked at this during our preview, but just to quickly point this out, it says already the world has come out to say thank you. This is all clearly propaganda, but the most interesting thing to me is the fact that it says Rick and Hale, Dr. Rick and Hale did the benediction. So it says the benediction was delivered by Dr. Rick and Hale, author of works such as The You Are and These Values 9, How I Let Kier In. So I think that it's bullshit. Either he converted to the cult of Kier, which I don't believe, or this is just bullshit. I think that's bullshit, because Rickon is against Severance. He said that vocally in season 1. He was morally, ethically, completely against Severance. I highly doubt he would just go and do this. And of course, it's pseudo-religious. How I Let Kier In. It's very much like someone joining a cult.
Yeah.
And they're going for that vibe, of course. But I don't think that he converted and joined this cult of Kier myself. I think that they're lying.
And there's the bandit story on the left side.
Yeah, there's something on the left. I forget what it says about a bandit, but
you're a bandit breaking into houses.
Oh yeah, the Baird Creek Bandit has been breaking into houses. Okay,
might be Cobel because she's got keys.
Yeah, could be Cobel. Yeah, I don't know.
Is there anything on the right? I can't remember what was on the right side. Is that the main story still, or is that a third story? On the right column.
I can't tell. It's very hard to read it.
Yeah,
I wasn't able to read anything out of it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's funny that they made their own propaganda thing, but still struck out all these things.
Right, like half of it is redacted, and yet it's clearly propaganda. But they won't even let him read the full version of this propaganda newspaper, which is
I would just say they would just make one for the innies that would just be a propaganda music without the strikeouts.
Exactly. Look how much they blacked out and censored for him to be able to read it. And he only let him glance at it for like 5 seconds before he ripped it out of his hands.
Yeah.
He just like takes it. He comes and takes it away immediately. Yeah. That was funny. So yeah, according to Milchick, they're now the face of Severance Reform. I don't believe it, but he says that he after he's like ashamed. I locked you in a room like an animal, back when he locked them into the MDR room in season 1. He said, as an unsevered man, I'll carry that knowledge the rest of my life. So he's saying he's unsevered. Some people have wondered in season 1 if he was severed in some manner. He's saying not. Who knows, though? Maybe he's severed and he doesn't know it. I would probably say he's not, though. And he says that for the past 5 months, we've been asking how a sadist like Harmony Cobel could take fertile root in Lumon soil and what that says about us. So scapegoating her. They're just using her as a convenient scapegoat for their own evil practices, clearly. he says that he knows Cobel was at Mark's home when he awoke there, and he believes that Cobel had an erotic fixation on him and planned to pursue both him and his Audi as a throuple.
See, that's what's interesting is that's a very current term for a show like this.
It is. Yes.
Current slang.
Yes.
And hilarious, I might add. But current slang in this kind of retro futuristic show.
Yes. So yeah, that's a good point, actually. And I don't personally think that she does have any kind of romantic interest in him at all. I think she is fixated on him because she, for some reason, is deeply invested in figuring out if it's possible for Severance to be transcended or reversed. Mm-hmm. And that's why she was experimenting in season 1, trying to trigger him, see if he could remember his wife. Remember that Miss Casey was his wife. So I think that's what's going on with her.
So the one time she flirted with him about the house her dead husband was going to build of a little shack out back in case she got a lover before she went to heaven.
Oh yeah, there was a slight hint of possible flirtation there. Mm-hmm. You could read it that way. I don't think that it's like that though. I think she's somehow deeply invested in finding out if at first I was thinking she didn't want him to be able to remember anything, but it seemed like she was disappointed when he didn't remember Ms. Casey. She was watching their last wellness session, and Milchick said, that's a good thing, right? He doesn't remember her. Mm-hmm. And she said, take her back to the testing floor. I feel like she wanted him to remember for some reason. And there are theories I know out there on why she might want to know if this is possible. And who knows, it could have something to do with her mother, who we don't know much about her mother, but we did see that there was a hospital bracelet in her shrine that said Charlotte Cobel, and the date would line up with the date of when her mother might have been born. So yeah, it could be something to do with that. But whatever it is, she has a strong interest in finding out if it's possible for Mark to remember things of his Audi life.
This is an amazing shot. if this is practical and no CGI, because they got all those balloons to land perfectly.
Yeah, they did. Mark is just done with all this shit with his company, and this is a perfect example of that. As soon as he left the office, Milchick was so sure Mark was going to be happy with his balloons, and maybe in the past, Mark might have been happy with the balloons like a little kid, but Mark is just so done. He immediately just lets them go, and there they are, just showing you how much he's changed from season 1, the beginning of it, to now. And it is an amazing shot. Beautiful. It was beautifully done. So he gets back and he gets to know his coworkers a little bit. And by the way, I forgot to mention, Mark wanted to hear from them. Milchick said that his coworkers refused to come back. They tried for weeks and they didn't want to come back. He said Mark was the only one who wanted to come. In fact, he begged them to come back right away. That doesn't make sense, actually, because he said it's been 5 months, so that's already a weird inconsistency. If he begged to come right back, then why 5 months? And Mark says he wants to hear it right from them, and of course Milchick says that's not possible. Enjoy your balloons. And of course, a moment later, Mark leaves and drops, lets the balloons just, fly right out of his hand, drops the string. So yeah, he's upset about that. And of course, naturally, he doesn't, Milchick doesn't want to give him any kind of way to see proof that his friends deliberately chose to leave. But we'll find out more about what's going on with them in episode 2, I'm sure. Their Audis, that is, what happened, and that whole 5-month span, if we even believe it's been 5 months. Yeah. I don't know. So this guy is Mark W., the guy with the glasses, and he's talking about how he loves the colors here, like he loves the green carpet, and theirs was a creme brulee. The keyboards were puce.
Sounds gross.
Yeah. Gwendolyn here says no, they were purple, and they're kind of arguing about that. And the Italian guy, what's his name? I always forget. Dario. Yeah. He can barely even speak English, but he asks where they can get more pens, and Gwendolyn is asking what he saw in the outie world, like how was the sky? What did the wind feel like? These are things you take for granted that these people have never experienced.
She say it was like, is it like somebody breathing on you? Is that what she said?
Yeah, something like that. And
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just wild when you think about the myriad of things we take for granted that these people have never experienced in their lives. How sad is that? They haven't even felt wind or seen the sky. What were you going to say?
Or they're debating what like state it is, because she said on the entry interview, a couple of us said Wyoming.
Yeah, 3 of them guessed Wyoming. I wonder why Wyoming. But she said that. Yeah, did you see what state they're in? And he said that he really didn't have time to look around at the sky. He was too busy talking to his brother-in-law, and she doesn't understand that. She's like, they spend so much time wondering what the outside world is like, and this is not something they're thinking about. A brother-in-law, like that's not on their list. But again, he is like a prisoner who's now returned to the cave, and actually the allegory of the cave fits so well again, because in the allegory they're prisoners who are chained in the cave, and obviously these people are trapped. They're prisoners inside Lumon, the innies. So it's like he's returned and he's trying to at least share some of what happened out there. She's asking, but they can't understand because they haven't experienced what it's actually like. And then we have Ms. Huang showing up for the ball game, and they all are just kind of sitting around awkwardly and confused as to why this is a child. She says this is her first day as deputy manager, and before this she was a crossing guard. And so yeah, I don't think that she was severing, come to think of it, because Milchick was not. So I don't think they're severing kids. I think she's probably a brainwashed Kier youth. That's what I'm thinking. He's like, I have a question. Why are you a child? Because of when I was born. Oh, okay. Well, that explains everything then. Yeah. So the guy Mark W here says that he was the MDR. He was in the MDR department of Branch 5X, where he works with Gwendolyn Y, or he worked with Gwendolyn Y, this woman here, and thought he would be permanently retired when his branch shut down. So this is a nice surprise. I guess he thought that was it for him. And Mark, it's his turn to say something, and he remembers, he has like a brief flash of his wedding picture. And of course, so that's what he's thinking about. Now he has actual like information about what his life is like out there. Normally, like he would just say something related to work. That's all he ever knew. Of course, he doesn't say what he's actually thinking. He just says, I'm lucky enough to have made 4 new friends today. But Miss Huang corrects him and says, that's nice, Mark, but I have to remind you that I'm a supervisor, not a friend, and gives him this really creepy stare. And they all kind of look at each other awkwardly and like intimidated by this little child. Super creepy. And then she smiles again, but she was taking that very seriously. Like, no, I'm not your friend. Yeah. I like Miss Wong. I'm already a fan. I've seen some theories out there about her. Like, I saw someone saying she's a clone of Gemma, or she's the child of Mark and Gemma, but I don't know. I think that would make it too messy. I just think she's Miss Wong. I don't think that she's related to Gemma personally. So yeah, see, that's the stare she gives him. That is creepy as hell. Like, God forbid you call your manager one of your friends. Oh no, you don't do that. They're very by the book here. Everything is literally by the book. Everything is done strictly by the handbook. And so then, yeah, Mark corrects himself and they move on. And this is that thing. This is one of the perks that Dario got. A little carving of his head. So basically, he's the Dylan of this group. He's the one who's into the perks. And it has his name carved into it. So it's different. So instead of a glass, a crystal thing with a face chiseled or lasered into it, like they have at this branch. I guess at where he came from, they do wood carvings. Every branch is a little bit different. Like like they were talking in one scene about like what is their perpetuity wing like, and I don't think we're at that scene yet.
Yeah.
I'll get to it. We'll skip ahead, but it's funny. And so Mark leaves, comes back. So all we get is any life in this episode.
Yeah,
so.
I like how they did this, because it's just like they're experiencing it.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly how they're experiencing it. We're going through it with him. So for him, it's like the day hasn't even ended. It's just boom. He blinks his eyes and the next day starts. So we kind of get a feel for what it would be like to be in this situation, which is horrific. Imagine never being able to leave this office job for your entire life. So he comes back and
what is she talking about here?
I think this is where she's talking about the how in her place the Egans move in the perpetuity wing in her old branch. She asked if their Egans move. She said theirs were animatronic. And so she's acting that out as if those statues couldn't have gotten any creepier. Imagine if they moved. Oh, that's horrifying. Horrifying. And Mark W thinks it's weird that theirs don't move, as if those things aren't weird enough on their own. He's like, they don't move? That's weird. Yeah. They're weird in general.
This guy has a little espresso.
Yeah. It's tiny.
And it has a Lumon logo on it. But I think it's funny. He's got a little espresso cup.
Yep. It has a Lumon logo on it. Yeah. So, and then they were talking about, like you can hear in the background Mark W saying, not Mark W, Dario saying his branch was so poor that their Egans were just broomsticks with plate as the face. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
They had to climb up a rope.
And instead of, he said they didn't even have elevators. They had what do you call it? A rope? they had to climb a rope. That's so great. Oh, that was great. Comedy gold. Mark writes a note and he folds it up Helly style, just like she did. He did it so neatly. I thought he was going to stuff it in a pen cap like Helly did in season 1, but he so he puts it in the pocket of one of his jackets on purpose and leaves deliberately. And so yeah, we experience this the same way he does. The day ends and then it begins. You see the clock.
I thought you put it in Mark W's jacket.
Oh yeah, Mark W's jacket. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah, when did he call him the guy Milkshake?
Milkshake. Yeah. Yep.
I can't remember when in the scene he called him that.
Yeah, well, we haven't gotten to the point where the note is read yet, so I have the whole text of it too. I typed it all.
I thought he had made a reference to Milchick being milkshake before the note.
No,
really?
I don't think so.
That seems weird.
No, I think it's funnier that we don't hear it until the note. But anyway, we experienced this exactly the way that Mark would, which is great. Like you were saying, like you see the elevator doors close and it's 5:20 p.m. and then it opens again a second later. It's just about 9:04 a.m. What a miserable existence. Horrible. So when he comes back, Milchick is reading the note and it says, "Dear Audi, I don't know if this will reach you, but I'm writing to alert you of the heinous conditions of the branch to which you have transferred me. The branch is run by a shambolic rube who goes by Milkshake, a man whose stupidity is rivaled only by that of the 9 core principles. If you must continue to send me here, please consider strapping a bomb," shouldn't have said that on YouTube, but "to me so that I may explode both Milkshake and the very spirit of Kier Egan. Wrathfully, Mark W." Absolute genius. And wrath is one of the tempers, isn't it? Isn't that one of the 4 tempers?
There's woe, frolic, malice, and dread.
Oh, dread. Okay, not wrath. But I loved how he said wrathfully Mark W. Hilarious. Hilarious. And yeah, milkshake. That was great. And yeah, I love the deliberately blasphemous nature of it. Like the very spirit of Egan himself, he wants to explode as well. And yeah, calling him a shambolic rube. The entire thing was fantastic. Fantastic. They're all staring him down, giving him the dagger eyes, and he's pretending to be surprised. Obviously, he wanted to be caught. They're all staring him down, and Milkshake here is like, is this earnest? Do you really think I'm a shambolic rube? So that's the thing he's most focused on. I think he has a real ego on him. Like I think it hurts his feelings that he was called a shambolic rube, so he was focusing the most on that. And yeah, Mark is like pretending, "Oh yeah, what are you talking about?" Yeah, and he didn't even disguise his writing at all, so it was clearly him. Milchick revokes his department head status and gives it to Mark W. And Mark laughs and he does this hilarious fake out, which I absolutely loved. He had this hilarious look on his face. Okay, first he takes the badge, right? And then he's like, he gives it to Mark W., who accepts. And then he has this smirk on his face, and Milkshake is like, "What's funny?" He says, "You don't know what I did to the kitchenette yet, do you?" And I'm just thinking, I was hoping he actually did do something, because I'm thinking, what could he have done to the kitchenette? My mind is trying to fill that in. Like, I don't know. I just loved that. I cracked up laughing at that scene. And the expression on his face, brilliantly done. And it worked. They all start running with his smile. It's so good. As soon as they turn around, he bolts. And yeah, so he bolts for the office. He ignores what is that?
It's a bonsai tree repair kit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering what that is.
There's a bonsai tree in the office.
Okay. He ignores her and starts rifling through things until he finds the speaker, plugs it in, and she looks kind of evil there. Her face looks kind of evil.
Mm-hmm.
She calls Milchick, and yeah, he starts barreling down the hallway. Mark says, I know you want to do the right thing for severed people, which is why I need to see my team again. If we truly are the face of severance reform, as you say, then they deserve a chance. They're my friends. You can't just make them disappear, please. And of course, the board never says anything, so we don't know if they hear him or not. But he's frantically talking, and then Milchick is barreling down the hallway. Look at this! Look at that evil look on her face. She is really good in this role.
Mm-hmm.
I think she has that kind of Milchick energy.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
Nobody could totally equal Milchick in that role. Because she's taken over Milchick's job, but she's nailing it though. She's staring him down, and Milchick. I mean, when he's that shot of him running down the hallway, he looked terrifying. He pulls the plug, and that icy stare. So it seems like Mark is about to get fired, and he thinks he's getting fired. Maybe even Milchick thought he was going to be firing Mark. I don't know. So it's really unclear what happened here, because he sends Mark off. And, oh, by the way, you can see a reflection on either side of Mark, which is a cool effect there. So it's like 3 different versions of him. And he does that creepy thing we saw in the trailer. Goodbye, Mark. And it's terrifying. Mark is thinking, okay, that's it. It's like he's gonna die. It's essentially like his innie is going to die. When you get fired from a job like this, remember, it's like your innie dies. So you see the panic on his face, and he's saying, no, wait, trying to stop the elevator door from closing. It looks like the face of someone who is about to get killed. Essentially, that's what it is. Oh, wow, that's creepy. Why were his eyes rolling back in his head?
Oh.
I didn't even see I got that shot. So this was super cool. Look at that. Wow, what a gorgeous shot. So the elevator doors close, and then it gets dark, as if he's gone to sleep, just like when they they get deactivated. It's like they're asleep. And the next thing you know, it's this eyeball. It's his eye, super close up, and he's awake again. So he's, basically still alive, his innie. And he's like, he has this look of like shock on his face, like, wow, I'm still alive. I'm okay. Like, as if he had a near-death experience, which he basically did. And when the elevator doors open, it reveals this new picture on the wall of Kier. It's called Kier Pardons His Betrayers. So more propaganda. And these 4 seem to represent Mark and his team. And Kier is holding a sword, which we found menacing in the trailer, but apparently, yeah, he could have executed them, but he's pardoning them. So that's why he's holding the sword, I guess. Because I guess that could have been an execution. It's basically like what just happened to Mark. Mark almost essentially died just now. Any Mark almost died, but instead he was spared. He was brought back. So I guess that's why they showcase the painting here right as he's brought back. And that kind of looks like a firing squad back there, or something. I don't know how that would really fit in with someone using a sword as a possible means of execution, but unless they're all holding like bayonets or something, I don't know. But Mark comes out. Now, it's unclear exactly why they do this, but they bring back his team after that whole episode. Now, was it because the board heard him and changed their minds? That's a big question mark. We have no way of knowing why this happened. They didn't tell us. They didn't tell them in the show. But his team was brought back. Could have been because of something he said to the board, maybe. I don't know. Dylan notices the name of the painting, of course, and he reads it out loud. Dylan immediately comes out wanting to know if it worked. And so like the last thing that Dylan remembered was, of course, flipping the switches, and so he wouldn't have known if it worked or not. So now he's finding out. And then Irving comes out, and he thinks he should still be at Bert's house. You hear him banging on the door, yelling Bert, but he finds himself in the elevator, and that sucks for him. He didn't even get a chance to talk to Bert. And he's looking for Helly, of course, waiting. Helly comes running out. Helly comes running out of the elevator and out of breath. He starts to hug her. This is one of the moments that people have pointed to as sus. His first instinct is to grab her and hug her, but she takes a moment before she hugs him back.
Oh, there's another sus moment before that people pointed out, that she's running out of the elevator when she should be on the ground because Natalie tackled her.
Yeah, I mentioned that myself, that I thought that was strange.
Okay. I ran to get my cord. I'm sorry. Turn my mic off for a sec.
No, I didn't say it in this live, but during the watch party, after the watch party, I said it was kind of weird that she ran out of the elevator because Natalie tackled her. So the last thing that happened to her, it should have been getting tackled. So I'm not sure why she'd be running.
Unless she got out of her clutches and just started like trying to run, you know.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you could have. I mean, if that were Helena waking up, if it were me, I would just, I would be confused and immediately like just tell them who I am. And I feel like, you know, because she wouldn't know what the hell just happened or what was going on if that's Helena waking up on the floor at the gala. So I feel like they'd be able to tell that it's Helena now right away. And I'm sure Milchick would probably call and say that he, you know, flipped them back. So at the very least, it wouldn't be long before they would find out, I think, that she's Helena again. They'd probably find out quickly, but yeah, maybe she could have woken up in a panic and gotten up and ran because she was being tackled. That's true. She could have. So there's that.
I can see both sides of this so much that's like really hard.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So yeah, so that was weird. The fact that she didn't hug Mark back right away was weird. But if you look at her face, she looks really dazed after what just happened to her. So I could understand being dazed and not immediately hugging back or looking relieved to be with him, because he's had 2 days to process what just happened to him. Remember when he first got back, he was in a panic and running up and down the hallways, disoriented and confused. He's had all this time to process it for 2 days, so naturally he'd grab her and hug her without hesitation, but she just got snapped out of this. She's dazed and confused, so we got to remember that. And then she hugs him back, and in this moment she does look sincere. Now, whether she is, that's up for debate, but she looks sincere but also dazed still. And yeah, so what happens here? I'm trying to catch up in my notes. So yeah, not a whole lot actually. They just go back to the office, and they so this scene is interesting because Mark says they're not in trouble and they're actually famous. Dylan has a funny line like, are we all famous, or one of us the star? So Dylan. But Mark says Milchick is probably on his way there, and says, what if they're waiting for us to tell them what happened because they don't know what happened? What if they're listening, Dylan? And remember that poster or that thing in the video that says Lumon is listening.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are still listening in some manner, but at this moment, right when he says, "What if they're listening?" because he doesn't think they should just come out and talk about what happened that openly. Helly immediately looks up and says, "Wait, what happened to the security camera?" So that's another thing that people are pointing to, saying that's sus, because like it's as if she wants to really point that out because Mark is hesitant to talk about what happened out there. And she's like, "Oh, look, there are no security cameras," in other words. So she wants to encourage him to talk. Could be a red herring, or could be a sign that she's actually Helena undercover. So the timing of it is definitely questionable, that she just happens to notice it at that very moment. And she looks surprised, as if she's not deliberately looking around for cameras. She's just like, "Wait, what happened to the security camera?" So it's like she's pretending all of a sudden she just noticed it. If she's pretending, I can see the argument for.
But then, because I think any might notice something like that, be it that this is their whole world.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and he might notice something like that. I think the timing of it was put there in that way to be ambiguous and to make us wonder one way or the other. Could go either way, really. But the timing of that was super convenient. Like, if she is a mole, that would be the time to say, "Oh, to point that out and pretend like she's just noticing it, that there's no camera." So in other words, go ahead and spill the beans on what you saw up there. and then of course Miss Huang shows up and says Milchick is waiting for them in the break room, which sounds ominous. And they follow her, and they're all pretty nervous about it. I mean, they know what their break room is supposed to be, but it's changed considerably. Like, you have a very creepy, like, she has this creepy look on her face watching each of them go in. You have the tension building up, the suspense of it. You see each of them go in and go down the hallway. And they did a great job casting this kid. She's got a creepy stare. I like that. And so they all go down the hallway, this very claustrophobic, dark hallway, to the break room. And they're expecting the torture that they used to endure there, and instead it's like a mini movie theater now with plush purple seats, and Milchick grinning at them, of course, and it says, "I'm a frolic-aholic" there on the wall. Love it. And there's the jester, which represents one of the four tempers for the frolic, of course, the frolic temper. And a lot of us, when we saw that, our brains filled in frolic automatically, because we're so used to like the fromaholic term, those of us in the From community. Oh my god, I didn't notice this
Dylan poster.
Oh my god, hang in there.
Yeah, it's Dylan.
Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. Hang in there. Yeah, and it says Lumon is listening. I can't tell what that's on. What is that? It's not like the posters. It's like
it's like a little computer screen or something.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what that is. But it says Lumon is listening.
Looks like a microfiche. And Be Ever Merry. We could call ourselves the Be Ever Merry.
Yeah, Be Ever Merry.
Ever Merry Bees.
Yeah, it's so cheesy too. And Grin and Baird it.
Yeah.
So what is this Baird Creek that was mentioned in the newspaper? The Baird Creek Bandit, and this is Grin and Baird it. What is? I don't remember anything called Baird Creek in season 1.
I thought there was a Baird Egan.
Oh.
Am I losing my mind?
maybe there is a Baird Egan.
Because they all have weird names. And Baird sounds like a Egan name.
Right. So, also, by the way, I love the lighting in this place. Like, in this room, it's, they've got the bluish light and then the red.
Mm-hmm.
The two main colors of the show. Of course, the purple seating, blue and red combined make the purple. So yeah, this thing that says Lumon is listening, it's not really them just listening to their needs and concerns like they're claiming. It's really a more sinister feeling you get from it. Like, Lumon is still listening in on them, just in a more covert way now, whether it's hidden cameras and hidden microphones, or whether it's Helena as a spy instead of Helly. One or the other for sure.
Here he is, the man of the hour.
There's Kier flying in again. This video was just comedy gold. I loved this thing. It was brilliant. But before I get into it, wait, I haven't checked in with the chat for a bit. Let me check in with what you guys are saying in the chat here. Matt here says Helena thinks very little of them. She would underestimate their ability to detect falsehood. Indeed, that's very true. Very true, Matt. Matt said the sovereign is often pictured holding a sword in paintings from the feudal era. Sovereign right over life and death. Oh, okay. Good to know. Yeah, makes sense. Roger says if it was Helena, she would have a better life. She did have a really lousy story. It's a good point.
She should have more to draw from than Hollywood.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm going to scroll up and see if I missed anything. I missed quite a bit. But, hey, AA, nice to see you. I have a strong feeling Miss Huang is Mark and Gemma's daughter. I don't know how it would work, but maybe it can somehow. I mean, if they have, it could work if they have Ms. Casey down there, which they do. If she's alive, if she's still alive in some form down there, then all they would have to do, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of gross when you think about it, but they do have so much control over them because of these severance chips. But like, so they could do all kinds of violating things. Like, they could freeze Mark, and I don't want to be graphic, but I mean, they could literally just
freeze his sperm.
They could literally just take a sample from Mark.
No, I was thinking she was pregnant before she got in the car crash, but you took it to a different level.
I know. My mind went to a very dark place.
You went to a 7-nation.
My mind went right to a dark place, but I was just saying, I mean, they have control over they don't have any control over their bodily autonomy, these people. And we know that there's a freeze frame setting. We don't know what it does, but their chip, one of the settings that was listed on the computer was freeze frame. And what if they could freeze them and just do whatever they want to them?
I'm sure they could. That's kind of like Westworld. It's kind of like a Westworld kind of feel.
They could literally do anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know why my mind went right there, but yeah, you're right.
So it's like, maybe she was pregnant. They were married. Maybe she was, maybe she was driving to the doctor's office to get a test so she could tell Mark she was pregnant.
She could have been pregnant.
Like in a happy way, not in a weird, creepy sci-fi sort of way.
Yeah. No, that's I like that a whole lot better. I really don't want to see like something horrific like that, like what I was describing on the show. Kieraholics, yeah, that's another one we could do. Let's see. Quad Solar, I've worked since I was 8, technically. Damn, that's a long time. No one should be doing that.
Well, there's paper boys that start pretty young.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I hope we get a background episode for Milkshake, Roger. I'm just going back quite a bit just to scan through, not to read everything because we'll be here literally all night, but that's interesting, Roger. I would love to see that. Absolutely. What What the heck? Duck says I got in the wrong Uber today. My brother who lives upstairs ordered one at the same time. Oh no.
Oh,
And the driver didn't understand English well. He ignored me. Oh shit. That sucks, Doc. Where did it take you? That's not good. So you could just be brought anywhere. That's what a pain.
So his brother ended up at his spot and he ended up where his brother was supposed to be?
Yeah. Hey, Just Me, nice to see you. Just Me was saying that figure way in the back behind Mark looked like he had a white hand.
Yeah.
I had a hard time seeing it, like what color it was. So yeah, I tend to think it's not Milchick. Maybe a new head of security. Roger said it could be Italian dude in the hallway. Yeah, I don't know. It would be weird if we never see those characters again at all. I would like to see them again. Anyway, Milchick is so good looking in blue. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's see. Yeah, so that guy behind Mark wasn't dressed like Milchick. I don't think it was Milchick. I think it was somebody else. So let's see. Yeah, they redacted the dates in the newspaper too. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's not the real world, so yeah, like Quan said, they don't have child labor laws. It's just weird. Like they were shocked. The characters were shocked that she was a child too. Mickey B said that what's his name? Rickon could have converted. He wore blue during the book reading. It's true. Hey, randomer. I don't know how to say that, but hey, randomer. Lumon must have found the book and thought he was a reason why they rebelled. That's what I was thinking. That they found the book or they saw the surveillance footage of Mark and Dylan reading the UUR, so they so yeah, like they needed to try to show that their idol, Rickon, is back in the he's now in the fold of the Kier cult or whatever. Severance equals corporate Truman Show. Yeah, I can see the parallels. Absolutely. Lumon are more akin to a feudal lord than a traditional capitalist. The analog to Amazon. FBM made it. I don't know what that one is, but in our world. Okay. Yeah. Well, I totally...
It's surfism.
Oh, thank you for alerting me to that, V Sky.
Oh no.
Let me get... That's so weird. I always put a fresh link in every video, but I will... Hold on. I'll update it in the description of the video after the live. But for now, thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate it. Because we are doing watch parties every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern when the episodes drop. So here's my Discord link. I'm going to pin it to the top for now. Every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, we're doing watch parties for right when the episode drops. And then for those of you who missed the 9 p.m. one, you can watch. We'll also stream it a second time at 10 p.m. Eastern with Scarlet. So just join the Discord. If you have any issues with Discord, you can message me or message Dieter and we'll help you out. It's not that difficult, really. So don't be too intimidated by that. But thank you, V Sky, for letting me know. Roger thinks that Rickon is an Egan who left and changed his name. Yeah, I've heard the theory that maybe he's an Egan, and it could be, and maybe that's why he's so vehemently against Severance. He's like the black sheep Egan who doesn't agree with them. I could see that.
Yeah, if anything, he could also be just a out and out nepo baby, like just some rich guy's kid. That's how he gets to write all those books. He could just be.
I could see that for sure. And hey, Trace, I don't know if I saw you earlier and said hi, but hello. Just kind of scanning through real quick before we get back to the episode. Scanning through what I missed here. V-Sky says, I'm in a throuple, actually. It's nothing like that. Yeah, it's not like well, in this way, it's really not a throuple because Mark is truly just one person. But the joke was, though, that it would be like a throuple because it's like two people in one.
And they'd all have to be consenting to that.
Yeah, and in this case, they wouldn't be able to both consent to it, so that wouldn't be right. Roger says Cobel and Milkshake seem to buy into the religion thing 100%. I think they went to the schools because they went to the schools or something. They don't have to be severed. They also have to be able to monitor innies and outies. I agree. I think they're both true believers. Absolutely. V-Sky said, I can't figure Milchick out. After Dylan attacked him and he still didn't discipline him, then Irv showing up to Bert's retirement and he let him stay after locking him in. I know, I find that weird. Milchick is a hard one to figure out. I agree. Yeah. Absolutely agree. Okay. Hey, Elliot, fact checker. What's the craziest theory? I've heard some pretty interesting, wild theories. I can't offhand. I don't know if I can think of the craziest one. I mean, like, maybe I think it's pretty wild if they're trying to resurrect Kier somehow and bring Kier back from the dead, and so that's one theory that I've heard. That Miss Casey that Miss Casey is in a coma, but somehow they're able to like wake her up and she's like walking around as Miss Casey when she's awake, or she's a robot.
I know mine. That they're implanting consciousnesses into those baby goats.
Well, that's a good one. Yeah.
So they're harboring people that are going to be eventually put in another body, but their consciousness is in the baby goats.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty out there, I would say. Yeah. So, Roger said, I'm sure their protest forced Lumon to pause for the 5 months. Yeah, very well could have. Could have screwed things up. Oh, I'm sorry to hear this late, but Mark said, I'm not well. I never got warm and now have chills. So, if you listen to the replay, hope you feel better, Mark. V-Sky says when Mark S. came back, he was immediately returning from his last innie experience at the party. Right, exactly. Irv was knocking on the elevator calling for Bert. Dylan was just coming back to work like normal. Yeah, because after Dylan was woken up, they must have just sent him home for the day. He was, I mean, actually, no, he was still his innie the whole time. So Dylan was tackled, and then I'm sure they just sent him home, and that was that. So it was just him showing up. Like, did it work? Yeah. Let's see. Helly R came back in like she was suspiciously not Helly R, like her innie mind was wiped of the memories of what happened. Right, V-Sky. We're going to have to keep a close eye on her, I think, to see like if there are any more tells. AA says, I have a strong feeling Miss Wong is Mark and Gemma's daughter. Oh, yeah, that's right. I read that one. That one's interesting. Matt Gilbert said there is no cloning in the show, but she does look like them. She does. Yeah. I'd kind of rather them not do cloning myself. There are other ways that don't involve cloning, like IVF. Mark might have no idea. That's true. Yeah. That's absolutely true. Yeah, Helly R, yeah, it could be Helly R with a wiped memory, Helly R embarrassed with who she is, or Audi Helena doing PR crisis management for the investors. There are multiple possibilities, absolutely. Yes. Mark was not intimidated by Miss Wong, but the others were. The others were creeped out for sure. Yes. Dario is sus. Well, I don't know. We might have been the last Dario at this point. I don't know. Matt Gilbert says Mark has the bravery of the newly awakened to political/class consciousness. Yep, he sure does. Matt says, if I were Helena, I wouldn't let the newly radicalized Helly anywhere near my pet project. Helly has the body and soul of the next CEO, but the opposite values. Dangerous. That's true. After what she just did, like, I mean, yeah, she did some wild, rebellious things before, but exposing them like that, going to that extreme, yeah, I can totally understand that argument. Laura says the other older Mark called him Milkshake. Our Mark called him Milkshake in the note. Yes, that's right. Let's see. I don't know how to say this name, so I don't want to butcher it. I'm sorry. I don't know how to say your name, but the new team will definitely play on an important role later. I also noticed that the next day the lady was wearing purple, same as the new office. That color could also represent a big change, red plus blue. Oh, yeah,
it's not in the manual. That color is not in the manual.
Oh.
She is wearing purple though.
Right. Okay, interesting. Yeah. And sorry I'm butchering your name, but thank you for posting and welcome. Yes. I would like to see the new team. I would like to see them come back for sure. Shouldn't even disguise his handwriting. Yeah, Mark didn't care. Miss Huang does kind of seem evil, yes. And yeah, maybe Milchick had that job as a kid too.
Yeah, she's just doing her job. Just like Milchick did.
And V Sky said maybe he had that job as a kid too. I couldn't believe that he wasn't severed until he said how he felt about being unsevered. He could still be severed though and is always on. Yeah, he could have some kind of chip in his head. Maybe he's not severed, but he has a mind altering chip.
He could be one of the ones that lives there in Petey's map.
Right. Exactly. So he might have a chip in his head that's making him the way he is, or he's just a true believer. So it could go either way. We don't know. There's a lot that we don't know about what those chips can do other than just basic severance. And when we saw a whole list of things, we don't know what all of it means. In the season 1 finale, it showed multiple different things. Miss Casey could have been severed before she met Mark S. That's true, V Sky. Yeah, maybe. Would she have kept it from him? I don't know. John Answers says, could be predicting that the soldiers are Egan's forcing army out of the innies. Right, yeah, that painting on the wall.
Yeah.
Any army. That could be, yeah. Also notice the red behind Mark and the other three. Yeah, there was a lot of red. It was striking. Roger said, I think her hair is red because she is usually a red herring like season 1. Right.
It's because she's fiery.
Yeah. Absolutely. V Sky says also if people outside of Lumon Industries that live in the town of Kier are anti-Lumon, what the F would you live in that town named for their founder and supported by Lumon Industries? Or why? Why the F? Exactly, yeah.
Or why would your punk rock band perform in an alleyway?
Right. So you think Rickon would choose not to live there? That's a great point.
Or June would choose not to live there either.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. V Sky says this scene leads me to believe Helly is that Helliar is Helliar that is embarrassed for who she is. She's smiling with them like normal in the montage late in the episode. Right. Yeah. That's what I got. That's the sense I got, but it could go either way.
With me, it's percentages. Like I'm 75% Helliar, but 25% Helena.
Right.
I can't go 100%.
Oh yeah, I can't either. Matt says it was planned. My guess, Milchick is in on it. Maybe not, though. It's plausible that Helena is so confident she wants nobody on the floor aware of the plan. Could be. Absolutely. Could be that Milchick doesn't know anything about it if that's what's going on. Okay. almost ready to get back to it. Martin here says, I don't know if this is important in any way or has been talked about because I'm late to Severance, but the eye contact looks like brainwashing to me. It does, kind of. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I definitely think it's got that kind of brainwashing vibe, that those eyes boring into your soul practically. And yes, if you could please hit the like button, like Dieter says, I appreciate it. Hey, Ozzy Rodriguez, welcome. Baird Creek is the subdivision where Mark Scout lives. Okay.
But everything's named after Egan, so I'm assuming there's a Bard Egan.
Right. Yeah. Or even scarier, beehive function, right? Beehive, goldfish, elephant. I don't know what elephant. I don't what could elephant be? I don't know.
Stampede.
Julie dark deep dives. Yeah. I got a little dark with that I had about what they could do. I want to make a milkshake joke, but I can't because ew. Yeah.
Especially that's blue.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. AA says, I saw some theories surrounding the fact that the other Lumon locations might have shut down due to the macro data uprising, and that's why Mark had a new team. Oh, that could be, yeah. Yeah, because Mark W said his branch shut down, so that's a good point. Okay. Matt says that there were rats in the OG pilot script before it was adapted, rats for animal testing. Goats could be the replacement. I agree.
And they're cuter on screen.
Right. And, yeah, more whimsical too, and weird. So yeah, like John Answers was wondering what that guy meant by the goats aren't ready yet, and I think they are experimenting on them. Hey, Decipher, welcome. Yeah, it does seem like it's a critique of capitalism in a lot of ways. Yes. And Matt says they didn't really think that scene through when they wrote it, the goat scene. But yeah, it's probably like the experimentation that they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, they had, like in the original script, they had the person on the table was hatched from a giant sphincter in the ceiling, so
yes.
They revised the script a lot.
Yeah. So obviously, yeah, they made some big changes.
Plus, I like to say the word sphincter, in the ceiling.
It's a fun word to say. Yeah.
It's a fun image.
Yes, it is. Isn't it? AA says they also said Lumon has buildings in 206 countries, which obviously there are not 206 countries, so this is some kind of different timeline or universe for sure. Or they're just lying. I don't know. But something like that.
Kern's taken over some countries.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry to hear you lost your next door neighbor. Sorry for your loss, Decipher. Sorry to hear that. V Sky says 206 countries makes it safe to believe that Lumon is controlling the world in this universe. True. That's a good point. I think they have a lot of pull, a lot of control of this world of theirs. But anyway, so we have this little gem, which is one of my favorite parts of the whole episode, and it's this lovely little video, and they all are like, what the fuck am I looking at here? Of course.
So did you know that was Keanu Reeves' voice?
No, I didn't know until Jamie in the watch party said that. Was it Jamie that said that that's Keanu Reeves, and she recognized his voice right away?
I don't know because I came in late on that.
I think it was, but I didn't know, and even after being told it was him, I listened to it again, and I still don't think it sounds like him. But maybe it's just because I'm used to his voice from his movies from like 30 years ago, and
Bill and Ted.
voices change over time. Well, not that, but like Speed,
Yeah.
his voice around that era. But
Mhm.
voices change as you get older, so I still don't recognize his voice personally. But is it a Matrix reference? Some people were wondering. I mean, the fact that they used Keanu Reeves. I don't think that was credited in the credits. I looked at the credits. I didn't see his name. But
yeah, there's somebody from Saturday Night Live doing the water tower too, but I forget her name.
right. So so the building is talking, and this is obviously a take on the Rankin Bass stop motion animation of the 1960s, those Christmas specials. It's essentially like that. There's even one that looks just like Heat Miser from what is it? The Year Without a Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And so he says I'm the Lumon Administrative Building, branch 501. He says that he's been there since 1870 in front of this reflecting pool here, which again, it's more mirror symbolism, a reflecting pool, the duality of the severed selves. The building itself is all mirrored.
But the actual building doesn't have a lake in front of it.
Yeah, it doesn't. And the parking lot in the, like, when you actually see it, I don't remember seeing water, but maybe it's just, it looks different in the animated version, because I don't know. I don't remember seeing water. Wait, let me look at something. Is there water? No, there's no water there.
That's what I'm saying. There's no water.
Yeah, so what is it talking about? There's no water there. Anyway.
Lies.
Yeah, so they're lying, and these innies wouldn't know anything about that because they've never been outside. So they're just lying. There's no water there. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, apparently there's some goats and some rabbits around there too, around that pool.
Oh yeah, well, of course. Anyway, he says that he's been there since 1870 and gone through a lot of changes. And he shows like
I kept hearing 1807, so I thought it was 1807, but I guess it's 1870. I didn't have closed caption. I didn't have the ability to get closed captions up, so everybody else is saying 1870, I guess.
Yeah, it's 1870. And then it shows like the different iterations of what the building looked like over the years. So there's that, which I guess is the oldest one. And then this one, the
making healing salves.
When they were making salves, then it changed to this
knives looking one.
Yeah, this one is cool. And this is the building they have now under construction. And then there it is. So that's that. He refers to the 206 countries Lumon operates in. Well, there are not 206 countries. Again, that could just be a random lie. I mean, they have no way of knowing if it's a lie or not. Or maybe it's an alternate universe. You never know. But it gives them a glimpse of what the upstairs floor actually looks like with Kier's head. That actually does look like that. And he says, one thing he's always had is a love for my workers, both severed, unsevered, and severed. Right, sure. And yeah, there are not 206 countries. That's when he's talking about that. And there's this part where a guy's running in the hall, and the wall is saying, like, no running in my halls. And he's like, it tickles. It's just so silly and corny. I loved it.
Oh,
even Irving is enjoying the video. And notice how she's just standing there stone-faced, though. Milchick is actually smiling at it, but she's stone-faced and just kind of staring blankly ahead. This kid is definitely brainwashed, I think. Like, there's something not right, clearly, with this kid, and I'm sure she's being brainwashed by this cult.
Mm-hmm.
So they all kind of are looking around like in bewilderment, and yeah, there's the fake pool. It's not really there. What was that? You good?
That was my iPad flopping because that's what my iPad does. That's why I can't have my camera on.
Oh, got it.
You got some birds. I was just looking at these birds. I went to look closer to the birds, and it just flopped right over.
Yeah, they're the birds. I loved this stop motion animation. I'm glad they did it like this and not CGI. This is great. And this is that shot that we've seen in the show, which reminds you of a certain German symbol from the 1940s. And I think that's deliberate, like you have pointed out, Scarlet.
There's a lot of World War feeling going on in this.
Yeah, ever since you pointed that out, I can't unsee it with this. That's what it reminds me of for sure. But they show that exact shot in the scene, you know, with the actual actors at the desk too in season 1. So they're all looking at each other. They each have their counterparts, and I love that. Why did they make Helly's look so weird looking though? Like Helly, she kind of looks like a guy. Like put some eyelashes on her or something. Anyway, they talk about it. He talks about the macro dat uprising, as they call it, and I like how they depicted this with each of them having multiple arms, like some kind of alien creature. And then it kind of keeps like showing them and then versus their characters. I like the direct comparison. And this is the part where he basically turns into Heat Miser from The Year Without a Santa Claus. And it's a definite direct reference to Heat Miser because in that little cartoon or the stop motion special, there were also several mini Heat Misers dancing with him. And there they are. So you know it was intentional. I loved that. I grew up watching those as a kid. My mom grew up watching those as a kid. So I don't know.
Like sound bites of him saying, "Let's burn this mother down" or whatever.
Yes. So the voiceover talks about the righteous anger, and he says, "Let's burn this place to the ground." So obviously someone's listening more than it seems because they were alone when he said that. So somebody heard him say that. This is great. And Mark, they heard Mark say, "Why are we down here still working in the dark?" So
they have a Felicia.
They have a Felicia, yes. So the voiceover said it referred to inspiration, righteous anger, and then this was inspiration, and Mark's little soundbite. Yeah. Still working in the dark. Oh yeah, Felicia's right there too. You can see her.
Yeah.
In the dark, which is kind of creepy.
It's nice that they included her.
Right. So, and then love. So they even put this in the video. And by the way, they're showing this, they said, to every new employee who comes to work at Lumon. So nothing like putting Mark and Helly's personal business there in a training video for everyone to see.
So you can do things by the heart now?
Yeah, I thought this was against the rules, you know? No, I forget what the term was they used.
Yeah.
Something about the heart, but yeah, and most companies discourage this kind of thing, but they put this in the training video, so I guess it's okay now. Bert and Irving were not supposed to have a relationship, not because they were men in the company, but because any kind of romantic relationship was not allowed.
How is this video training people?
Exactly, I have no idea. How is this a training video? But it's like trying to spin. It's like a perfect PR spin. How this uprising is actually going to be a good thing for the company, and it's, you know, they're thankful that it happened and whatnot. So he says that the macro dat uprising yielded bounteous reforms, including tasty new snacks like fruit leather, cut beans, Christmas mints, And no, wait a minute. Who's this guy? I guess he's just a random dude doing like remodeling on the place. I don't know.
It's probably a tribute to all those redheaded characters and those stop action things. There's so many redheaded characters.
Probably is an homage to that. So yeah. So there's fruit leather, cut beans, Christmas mints, and salsa.
The salsa in a thing? So they just get one of those paper things and just dump salsa in their mouths?
Yeah, I was wondering that myself. How does that work? Right? But so Dylan puts of course the character Dylan puts the stuff in his mouth, and he's loving it because Dylan loves his snacks. And they have hall passes. That's another new thing. Helly and Irving and the hall pass. And then they skip off and they're like flying now.
Mm-hmm.
It's so whimsical. And bobbing for pineapples. Pineapple bobbing. Okay.
Dangerous.
How does this work exactly? Like, you can't fit a pineapple in your mouth and it's covered in those spiny scales on the outside. So, what does that mean? What is with the pineapple stuff in this season? It's very strange. Also, why are their hands bound behind their back? Like, that's weird. There's no need to do that.
And why is there a certain amount of wetness? And when people come back wet.
Right. Yeah.
Or that shot of Helly in the trailer that she's underwater.
Yeah, there is a shot of Helly in the trailer with her face under the water, just like this. And
so is pineapple bobbing a code word for waterboarding?
Yeah,
like
I don't
break
know.
room used to be.
Right, it looks like they're going to subject her to some kind of torture at some point based on the trailer, shoving her head underwater. Unless they're literally going to be trying to bob for pineapples like this. I don't know. But at any rate, it's the same kind of imagery. And this is just disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
They have the brand new playful mirror room.
Yeah, it looks playful.
Oh, that's playful. All right. Look, he looks scared. Even he looks scared. Yeah. That looks like a fun time. Yeah. It's again more mirror symbolism, of course, the duality of the selves. And then it cuts to, I love that. It cuts from the mirror room to a shot of the mirrored image of the building in the reflecting pool, and a goat and two rabbits. So more mirror symbolism. What is that? What is that I'm looking at though? What is this thing? I can't figure out what the hell that is. So it's, wait. Yeah, what is that? Because if you look up and it's not there in the bigger shot. This thing. I can't tell what that is. Anyway, oh well.
It looks like Kier's head.
What does this?
That looks like Kier's head, like a mustache and eyeballs and a top part. I was looking at it upside down too, and I was trying to figure it out. It just looks like a face to me.
It looks like, I don't know. I'm seeing like multiple eyeballs if it looks like a face. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm confused by it, but
scary mirror. Maybe it's like the shot from the mirror room, but it hasn't quite faded in the other shot or something.
Right. Yeah, maybe it is something like that. Yeah, because it's probably something like that, a fade in effect. Anyway, so yeah, this is full of shit. He says, I've sat by this reflective pool my whole life. Yeah, there is no reflective pool. He's never sat by it. Yet it took the quiet courage of 4 MDR heroes to show me who I really am. And I thank Kier for them. I thank Kier for the macro dat uprising. Yeah, and Kier, of course, has to come make his flying cameo appearance. Like a superhero, fly away, and there's the water tower. He's like, they, what does he say? Like, high water tower or thanks water tower or something?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah. It's so cheesy. I love it. I love it. I love any kind of spoof of those old claymation specials.
Unless the water does have chemicals in it, and he's thanking the water tower for that.
Yeah, I don't know, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, and this is a great callback to the Kier flying video in season 1. It was one of my favorite humorous moments. Helly achieved 100% of her quota, and then there was this weird pixelated animation of Kier on a mountaintop. It looked like it was from like the late 80s or something. Like that's how pixelated it was. And then he's saying, like, you know, good job, and I love you, Helly, or whatever he said. I love you.
It's like, I love you.
And then he flew off the cliff. It flew through the sky. So that's how much they're lionizing this guy. He can literally fly. He's their cult leader, basically. The founder of the cult,
the grandfather
of the cult, and that was the end of the video. Yeah, and it was very much like, again, this is using language that is pseudo-religious. I thank Kier for them replacing God. So I thank Kier and I thank God for them. Yeah. So yeah, I always thought it seemed like a cult, and now they're using much more explicit language like this, and it says thank Kier for the macro dat uprising. So they're not thankful for it. This is all just a bunch of bullshit PR spin, you know. Now, I find it interesting though, because they can do whatever they want to these innies. I mean, are any whistleblowers going to show up at the building and check to make sure that they've done reforms? Do they? I mean, they don't really have to do this. So I wonder why they're doing this, but I don't know. We'll wait and see. The four of them are all looking around like, what the fuck did I just watch?
I don't know. Maybe they have people come in that aren't severed and like look at this and look what we're showing people, like a journalist or something.
Right, and it could yeah, that's true. That's true. I think they're so secretive that they probably would make sure no one gets in that they don't want to get in and actually see what things are like.
Well,
so
they could bring in a Milchick's relative that works for the paper.
Right, they could. But what I mean is, they wouldn't really have to change anything. They could just lie and only let people in who they know they can trust. And they could do anything they wanted to these people. They don't have to make any changes because of what Helly said to the people at that gala. So, but regardless, it's interesting. It's cool that they're doing this. I'm just not sure why they're doing this. There's got to be some reason. This is all kind of like a psychological game. So I'm sure there's some reason. It's just not clear yet as to why. I thought that going into this season, I thought they were going to like do horrific things to these people, wipe their memories, send them to the testing floor and wipe their memories or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen too.
So, but I don't think we would have much of a show if they did that.
This is a lot more interesting.
It is. It's more interesting and it's more entertaining. And if they sent them to the testing floor and wiped their memories, then it wouldn't be that watchable of a show.
Yeah, it'd get dark real fast.
It would, yeah. What is this thing in the corner that we were looking at and talking about before?
Yeah, that balloon. I thought it was a balloon, but Jamie said it was a light.
It is glow. It does look like...
It totally has a tie-in at the end that looks like a balloon just fell there. Look at the little tie-in spot at the end.
It does look like a balloon tie. But look, it's glowing. You can see the glow.
But why is it yellow? And why is it yellow and not a blue balloon? Is there a department that has yellow tags and yellow balloons?
I don't know.
And why is it there? I just want to know why it's there. Why it's there? Why is it creeping in the corner?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm having trouble zooming back out. Sometimes it does this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There. So anyway, yeah. I don't know. I'd like to know myself what the hell that's about. But
it's just obviously there too. So yeah, why?
I know, right? Because it's so obvious right in the middle of the shot.
It's driving me crazy.
Milchick says, I know we have our differences, but I want you to know that I truly respect each and every one of you, and I don't want to be your jailer. Yeah, right. I don't believe him at all. He doesn't respect them. He says he's giving them to the end of the day to decide if they want to keep working there. He said, not your innies, but you. And then he'll let them go with no ill will, maybe even buy them a drink sometime or something.
In a bistro.
At a bistro. But the thing of it is, what he's saying isn't even possible. Their outies could still decide to come back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I guess they could refuse to take them back. They could.
Mm-hmm.
He said, your innies can decide, not your outies, your innies. I guess they could refuse to take them back, but yeah, that's what he's saying.
I think it's like they're deciding if they just want to exist or not.
Essentially, yeah, he's just giving them license to unalive themselves. That's what it would amount to.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's not that great of a choice. He said, I truly hope you'll choose to stay and enjoy what you helped build. A new quarter, a fresh start for all of us. More bullshit. And he says that, like the rest of the severed floor, the break room has no cameras or microphones. I don't believe that at all. Either there are hidden ones or Helly is actually Helena and she's a mole. Either way, it says right on the wall and on the screen, Lumon is listening, and I don't think it means we're just listening to your concerns at all. So look at how he's looking. Wait a minute. He's looking at them, then he's looking at her specifically, and she looks up. I wonder. See, I really. I keep going back and forth, but
yeah,
she could be Helena. She could be. I mean, there are certain things that jump out at you that do make you think maybe she's actually Helena undercover. You know, certain facial expressions and certain moments in this episode. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to think a lot more about it before I really make up my mind. Right now, I'm leaning more towards Helly, but I might change my mind. And their reactions to all this are so funny that they're all just completely dumbfounded. This is what the break.
I like that Dylan also clapped when the movie was over too, which I thought was funny.
I know, it was a funny little slow clap that he did. I like that too. So when he leaves, so Mark hesitates and looks around and so Mark is looking around for cameras, and Dylan says, well, that was a massive head game, and he asks what they all saw. Mark hesitates and looks around, and Helly immediately, now this is a point in favor of Helena, Helly immediately says no one's listening. She immediately points it out. She says, he said there were no microphones in here. So this is what she would say if she's Helena. I'm just saying. It's funny how she immediately pointed that out again. This is the second time in the episode Mark has been concerned about cameras or microphones, and she immediately points out that there are none. So, and then Dylan is not believing it so easily. He says, yeah, he says a lot of shit, so just fucking whisper. All right, so one point in the Helena column there for sure. Both of those scenes. So that's actually there's more than one point. There's those two scenes. There's the weird hug thing. There's the running off the elevator. Anyway, so Mark tells them what happened to him, and his Audi knows Rick and Hale, and he found a wedding photo that was his wife, and it was Miss Casey, but she died. And so Mark's like, but she's dead, and Mark is insisting that it's her, and Irving says, then she's down here. Mark says wellness is gone, and Helly, I noticed something when Mark said that was his wife. Where's the one where he said it was his wife, and Helly, I was looking at her, I was watching for her reaction. She looked, I guess I didn't get a picture of it. No, this was when Helly was giving her story. But when he mentioned that he had a wife, she looked down. So I thought, okay, maybe disappointed that he had a wife. And then she said, oh my God, Mark, are you okay? So again, could be sincere concern. It could be point in favor of Helly, or
it does ping pongs back and forth.
Right, exactly. And then Helly lies. So this is a point in favor of Helena because she lies. She says, I saw the inside of a really fucking boring apartment. Lived alone, was watching a nature show on TV, and was wearing a t-shirt. Dylan wants to know what was on the t-shirt. She said a Save the Gorillas t-shirt, which is so random. She went outside and found a guy who looked like a gardener. She told him everything, and she thought he was thinking it's bullshit, but he said his brother's a cop and he'd tell him everything. She said, I'm sorry, guys, I really tried. Now, if this were really Helena, I think Roger said this earlier, wouldn't she have a better Carver story than that shitty story?
Night gardener.
A night gardener. Irving, even as a naive innie, Irving thought that was strange. He said, a night gardener? And she says, I think so. Maybe he has a different job during the day. So, yeah, I mean, wouldn't she have a better cover story? Like, for those who think it's Helena, shouldn't she have had a much better one than that?
That's a point on
seems like she's... What?
I said 1 point on Helly's side.
Yeah. We gotta make a whole
yeah, we should make a chart.
A chart. We should make a chart. Okay, because it's weird. This is the kind of really lousy made up story you would come up with if you didn't have any time at all to think about it. And
or you were innie with very limited ideas of what things are in the real world.
Yes. If you were an innie with very little understanding of the real world, the outside world, then this is the kind of stupid story you would make up. And if you didn't have any time to think about it, she had no time to think about it. She just woke up a short time before this. Now, if this has been 5 months and she's Helena, then she'd have a lot more time to think about a good story to tell, I would think. So that's just food for thought.
Or some story could be even manipulative of them.
Right. And okay, before I continue, let me check in with what you guys are saying. Let's see. Yeah, what the fuck is a night gardener? Right?
I want to see a TV show or a film called The Night Gardener, and I'd watch it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a vampire, but he's a night gardener.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Let me see. Golden Child says, isn't it funny that we now look back on Sesame Street, we now realize that Ernie and Bert were a gay couple. Yeah. They seem like a gay couple. V Sky said that kissing scene in the training video was purely to out Helly and Mark to Dylan and Irv. That's what it seemed like, yeah. And I loved Dylan's reaction, by the way. He said, "What the shit?" That was great. I busted out a laugh at that. AA says, I say Helena because I think they have reintegrated Helly so her innie no longer exists.
That'd be sad.
Yeah, that would be sad.
That's sad.
That would suck. Let me see. Mofi says, or she doesn't want to disclose what her outie does for some reason. Well, obviously she wouldn't say like the real thing, but I mean, if she's Helena, then you'd think she'd come up with some better cover story. Bill Chill says rubber ducky. Yeah.
Or she would say as Helena, she'd be like, oh, I changed to Helena Egan and she's doing good. Lumon is doing so good for the world.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry about anything.
Yeah. Egan's rock. Yeah.
Yeah. Freaking awesome. Freaking awesome.
Yeah. Freaking awesome. AA says maybe she was going to tell them the truth at first, and then she just decided to come up with a lie last minute. That's why she said the Gardner thing, even though it was nice. Yeah, I don't know. I think Helena said the Night Gardner thing because she didn't expect the innies to catch on, but Irving did. Still, make up a better cover story than that. I don't know. Kelly says not only a night gardener, but a winter night gardener. Yeah, it's winter too. That's right. But they wouldn't know that in there. They wouldn't know what season it is. V Sky says Ragabi tells Mark she is the one that put the chip in his head and she is the only one who can disable it. There has to be a whole network of people that have de-severed. Yeah, I'm sure there are other ones for sure. Yes. Matt says, I can imagine the Egans having nighttime gardeners. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. They know it's winter, though. You'd think they would have thought of something else. But, I mean, the innies don't know that. The Egans would know it, obviously. Her saying, let's burn this place to the ground in the training video is his voice. Is it really?
Yeah, they're taking sound bites from them, which is kind of crazy and creepy.
That is. I didn't even notice if that was the case. Wow. You/they are the microphone. NDAs apply to outies and unsevered. The idea that an innie could escape via OTC, this has never happened before, said Matt. Yeah, I doubt this has ever happened before. They have their full voice in the training video scene. Yeah. The chips are the microphones. Helena is the microphone. Yeah, it could. Well, I never thought of that about the chips. I wonder if they could spy on them via the chips. If there's some way that they can do that.
A little GPS microphone combo.
Yeah. With like a GPS system too.
Yeah.
Right. Let's see. It's not so different from some corporate team building meetings I've attended. We had a paintball excursion one time. It was Fringe. Oh, Matt. Yeah.
We have paintball. We have coffee cozies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is cringe. All right. John says, are all car wreck victims the full-time innies resurrected by chips? Yeah, I know that's a popular theory, like that somehow they resurrected Gemma with the chip.
Yeah. I mean, car crashes seem to be their calling card. If you read a Lexington letter.
Right. Yeah. They definitely staged a car accident in the Lexington letter, and I bet I bet Peg, who supposedly died in the Lexington letter, is probably down on the testing floor.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy if a character named Peg comes up.
I hope they do introduce that. That would be really fun, actually. Good tie-in with that. Because I guess they can't do something like that though for now, because it would reveal too much. It would show that they can resurrect people, or they can stage deaths, something. Well, I mean, I guess they could reveal something like that if they wanted to. Okay. I don't know. I'm just highlighting random stuff. The yellow balloon is in timeout.
Probably.
It looked like it. It was in the corner, Bill.
It knows when it's done.
Yeah. V-Sky says Milchick has to be an always on any who thinks he's an outie. I could see that. Absolutely. I've thought of that myself. Same with Ms. Cobel. Why would they fire her with the amount of knowledge of what is going on? That's a great point. She knows a lot of their dirty secrets. So that's a great point. Either that or they're both brainwashed into the cult.
It could also explain that scene where she's with Mark and she's like, you need to go, you need to quit your job and all that, and then she switches.
Right, yeah. That I still find that bizarre. She told him, get away from them, Mark, do it, when he wanted to quit. So I don't understand why she did an about face in the finale of season 1 and was like, all of a sudden back to Team Lumon that quickly. So yeah,
Glasgow.
Let me see. Let's see. What else did I miss here before I go back? Yeah, Elephant never forgets. Maybe they can bring back memories. Yeah, I think Elephant probably has something. There's an elephant and goldfish, so I think both of those have to do with memories.
Yeah.
I mentioned this on a previous Severance stream, that the goldfish setting, it could have something to do with the fact that goldfish have a memory of, I forget what, like 30 seconds or something.
Yeah.
So they have like the shortest of short-term memories, and that's it. So it could be something related to that, and maybe an elephant maybe that could just have something to do with, like John says here, bringing back memories. I hadn't thought of that. Or having like a perfect memory where you don't remember, like you literally remember every last moment of your entire existence. I've heard of people who have like an insane memory that can remember like there's this phenomenon of like it's very rare where you can remember practically everything.
Yeah, there's an actress named Mary Lou Hanna that apparently has a photographic memory like that.
Right.
She can actually tell you exactly, if you give her a date, where she was at the time, what she ate for breakfast and all that.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I wish. I mean, honestly though,
or she could even tell you what, like if she read the newspaper, what the headline of the newspaper was.
That's insane. Wow. I have a terrible memory. I always have, so I can't even imagine. But it could be a burden too. Every last horrible thing that ever happened to you, you'd remember in detail. Yeah, John, it could make them have photographic memory. I think so too. I hadn't thought of that related to elephant, but that could be the flip side of what I was thinking with goldfish. So, V-Sky said this could be a post-United States universe where the 50 states could have reformed as countries, explaining PE as a combination of a few states joining around Pennsylvania. I like that idea. Matt Gilbert loves your blue milkshake, Scarlet.
Oh, thank you, Matt. It's not mine. I just took an image from someone else. But it's a Star Wars blue milkshake with a bunch of treats on top.
Yes, it's fitting. V-Sky said it was 1865. Okay, maybe I had the date wrong.
It was 1864. Why did he...
Oh, 1864. Yeah,
I was just doing a little frumming.
Oh, right. Okay, from. Right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. For once, I don't have from on the brain. I'm very much in Severance mode.
I'm sorry, I put that back in there.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I haven't made a single from reference in hours. I'm actually in the world of Severance for once and outside of Fromville. So that's a big change. Why does he look like Lennon? Said Matt. Oh, does he look like Lennon? I'll have to take a look. I don't know.
Who, Kier?
Yeah, you must be talking about Kier.
Yeah, kind of has that.
Irv said I learned that I worked for a company that has been actively caring for mankind since 1866. Oh, is that the date he said in season 1, V-Sky? That's a discrepancy. Maybe it was a continuity error.
Unless it's 1807.
Yeah. Now I feel like I need to go back and check, but
yeah.
Oh well. Miss Huang is evil. Yeah, she seems kind of evil. Yeah, I'm getting that vibe. John says I'm painting. Or wait, we're not supposed to say I'm thinking Kier was wearing a Union uniform. Lumon was founded right after the Civil War ended. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it could be. Irv weirdly laughs in this scene and it's out of place for a man. Exactly. I was thinking that too. He was just banging on Outie Bert's front door. For him, that was a few minutes ago. So I find it weird that he laughs, but it's like, I guess he's back in innie mode in that way. And like this childish looking thing, it kind of triggered that childish response in him, this childish video. So it was kind of a natural thing that just brought out of him. Because, like, even if a kid is sad, if you show them something like that, you might distract them and get a smile and a laugh out of them. It just shows how immature he is. Matt says maybe the kid is there to keep an eye on Helena. Nobody suspects a kid in that sense. She's a bodyguard / assassin. Ooh. Interesting.
It reminds you of that character in Kick-Ass.
Oh, okay. I never saw that, so I don't
like a child assassin.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, why would they want to keep an eye on Helena, though? I mean, she's like, diehard Egan from what we've seen, the little that we've seen. John says yes, in the painting, Kier had a Union uniform on, and Lumon was founded right after the Civil War ended. The Cold Harbor was a battle. So that was a battle in the Civil War. Mark is a history teacher. Connection. Ooh, I like the connections you're making there, John. Yeah.
I thought it was also a city as well. I could be mistaken.
AA, yeah, her bags are.
Oh yeah.
Her bags are too short. They like if you see pictures of people from like the early like the 1960s, they used to cut little girls' bangs even shorter than this. Like my mom has pictures of her bangs cut like halfway up her forehead.
Yeah.
It's not a good look. Yeah, they overdid it. In this shot, they don't look that short though. Yeah, they had clear sound bites pulled directly from their. So maybe they can pull. So V Sky thinks that they could pull those sound bites of what they said from the chips in their heads. Well, that would be crazy if they could literally pull like audio clips of the stuff they're saying from their chips. Damn. That would be a whole other level of surveillance. They wouldn't even need those security cameras. I guess. Well, I mean, I guess they'd need the cameras, but not the microphone part. Okay, I already highlighted that one. I should keep it moving. Matt says recuperation, assimilate acts of resistance and use them to actually increase corporate / capital power. Yeah, they're making a lot of those kinds of statements with his show, Matt. I love it. AA says, I say Helena because I think, okay, yeah, I read that one. I'm jumping all over the place here, so sorry, guys. Okay. Sign me up for pineapple bombing, Umbra. Nice. The Room of Nightmares. Yeah, that mirror room was disturbing. Seriously. And yeah, Peg got in a car accident and supposedly died in the Lexington letter. And so yeah, I'm pretty sure it's it was staged. It was orchestrated by Lumon. Could be a handy way to get access to people's noggins. Yes, Matt. Okay. Dieter, let's crash the stream with unlimited flying emojis. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up here. Okay, you're assuming there's someone to tell. That's grim, I admit. Also, I imagine NDAs are a thing. Lumon has all the power here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Matt. I'm sure they have NDAs. Definitely. Yeah, so anybody that works there, if they get fired, yeah, they probably would get in big legal trouble if they say anything. Yeah, it doesn't make sense why people would live in this town, V Sky, unless they're true believers. So I don't know why Rickon chose to do that. T-Cypher said the name Helena is a Greek name that means light or shining light. Oh, well, that's perfect. And the company is called Lumon. The big theme of the show is enlightenment, learning about the self and like enlightenment of the mind and whatnot. So that's fitting. Matt says I'm taking bets at 100 to 1 that she is Helena Egan. Pony up, Helly stands. Okay. Dieter said if indeed it looks like she is indeed a mole, she's the camera now. Matt Gilbert says underground. Some people think Rickon is the secret leader of the underground. The underground. So like what does that mean? Like secret leader of like a resistance movement or something? Or
yeah, probably with that woman that takes the chips out.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Okay. Are Julie and Scarlet innies and I am outie? Well, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like an innie myself, but AA says I definitely think she's been reintegrated because she's literally the heir to the entire company. Of course, she would have access to reintegration. Yeah, I think they're lying when they say the company says they don't acknowledge that's possible. I think they're lying. They know it's possible. AA says, I wonder if Helena has siblings, and why is it Helly R and not Helly E? Yeah, it's strange. Is it just so that the E doesn't trigger her memory? Maybe. Also, when she was in the perpetuity wing, seeing her grandfather's statue didn't bring back any memories. That's a good point too. Yeah, you would think that would kind of trigger something because there's usually some bleed through that we've seen. We've seen some bleed through. Oh, and belated good night to Mickey B. Okay. Teeters says, I hope that blue milkshake isn't made by blue waffle. Yikes. Yeah, no. V Sky says the cameras are the computer monitors. Yeah, they definitely they showed that in season 1. They have cameras in the computer monitors. Okay, let's get back to the breakdown. I was just skipping around. I can't read every comment as much as I would like to, but I wanted to at least check in with what you were saying because this is some interesting stuff. The Helly Helena debate. Anyway, so they ask Irving about what he saw, and he's back to being really sad after that video momentarily distracted him like a child. His sadness is back, and he said, it's not our world out there. So, he was so disappointed to find out that Bert had a partner, and so he was crushed by that. He didn't want to talk about it, and then he just left. So he doesn't want to say, and I'll point this out too. He says, it's not our world out there. That's what I saw. Dylan says, come on, man, you can tell us. And Helly says, yeah, it's okay. And then she looks down like this and says, even if it's bad. This, I would say, is a point in the Helly R column, because she was saying to Irving, yeah, it's okay. You can tell us, in other words, even if it's bad. And then she looks down. So if she's Helly, then she's holding back the truth because it's bad. And she doesn't want to share it with them. She's ashamed of being an Egan. She doesn't want them to look at her differently. And as an innie, as a more childish persona, we have to kind of put ourselves in their position. Innies might not think the same way we do. Like, they're not going to judge her. It's not her fault that she's an Egan, but she's a more childlike persona, and she, as a childlike persona, might think in her childlike mind, oh, they're not going to like me and want to be my friends anymore.
Yeah.
Because I'm an Egan. So she said, you can tell us, to Irving, even if it's bad, and looks down. So I'm just saying, like, that could be why in our intellectual, like, intellectually adult minds, we don't understand why she would lie, because we know that it's not her fault that she's an Egan, and that if they do spread Severance worldwide, that it'll really be all thanks to her and her PR stunt. We know that that's not her. It's not her fault. They wouldn't be mad at her. But again, this is like a child here. It's like a child version of Helena. So if you look at it, like, she's only been alive like a very short time, this version of her. Extremely immature emotionally. But okay, so we're gonna have to make a chart with like points in favor of Helly versus Helena. That was one.
Yeah, agreed.
So Irving gets up and leaves, and they all get up and follow. Dylan says that he's got this, and he says, let me talk him down. You two go back to camp. I'll come get you if I need you. Right away, by using language like talk him down, they're going for a metaphor with what's going on with Irving here. And I can't use the word on YouTube, but it starts with S and it ends with an E. Because Irving is wanting to just leave, and if he leaves, it's like unaliving his innie self. The whole phrase "talk you down" it comes from the concept of talking someone off of a ledge. So Dylan goes off to do that. Mark and Helly have a conversation alone. Mark is worried, says Irving's going to be fine, right? She says, yeah, Dylan's on it. She doesn't seem too worried about him. Maybe point Helena, I guess. She's so sure, oh yeah, he'll be fine, Dylan's on it. So she says, we have till the end of the day. And then she says, so here's a point for Helly R. She says, did you guys look happy in the wedding photo? He says, yeah. And she makes a little grimace and looks down like that. Of course, this could all be an act. They know about the kiss from the surveillance footage. We know that that Lumon is aware. So she could easily be feigning jealousy. And he kind of has this awkward moment where he says, Miss Casey and I never felt that way. She asks, so again, that awkward moment. The jealousy could be an act, though. She asks what he's going to do, and he says, well, I got to get her out of here. And she immediately, she looks at him. Again, okay, we're back to this ping pong match. This is point in Helena column, because when he says, I got to get her out of here, she gives him a look. She gives him a look, like, where is it? It's like right here. He says, I got to get her out of here. And she stares at him kind of like, how dare you? Like, what are you talking about? Like, look at her face. She doesn't, like it kind of looks like if
Hello? Are you there? Or is this me? Hey, Chad, is it me or is it me? Or is Julie gone? Or am I gone? I mean, I could just keep talking. I do not know. I'm going to talk because my little ring is going. Oh, no, it's just me. Okay. I guess I can do some promoting. We will normally have this live on Monday at 10 p.m. EST. And the other events that we have in the week are on Wednesdays. We have a From Rewatch, and we will be doing episode 8 of season 1. It will start at 10 p.m. EST. On Thursdays, we have a Severance watch party in Julie's Discord. The link should be in the chat somewhere. And that will be at 2 times. It will be at 9 p.m. EST, and then again at 10 p.m. EST, because I have a tutoring appointment that ends at 9:30, and I cannot attend till 10. So even if you get there late, you can still watch part of it and then watch the beginning of it or whatever. You can do that.
Sorry, I didn't realize my battery was that low. It died.
Oh, that's fine. I think it's happened before. I just did some promoing.
Okay.
Stuff during the week.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I just wasn't sure if it was you or me, because StreamYard has a habit of knocking me out as well.
Yeah. No, it was me. Sound check technical difficulties, yes. Sorry about that, guys. Silenced by Lumon. Yeah.
No, too much.
She was severed. She was severed. Yeah, so Lumon is listening. Yeah, Bill. We were getting too close to the truth. I was getting too close. So Julie got drafted into the Waffle party. Anyway, sorry about that. I'll bring the pictures back
It's a side gig.
Okay.
You never know where we're going to have to put on that mask and, go for it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, let me get back to what we were talking about. Yeah, so she's looking at him like, how dare you? And he says, well, if she's my wife, where is it? My notes. He says, I mean, if she's my wife, then I've got it, he says, oh yeah, all he says is, well, I mean, if she's my wife. And then she says in this kind of flat, unconvincing tone, kind of blunt, right, of course, assuming she's still alive. Which I thought that was a little blunt to say, assuming she's still alive. Or no, not alive, assuming she's still here. Assuming she's still here. And then she says, with a little forced smile, though technically, strictly speaking, she's not your wife. Pretty sure your outie bought the ring. So, this is how Helena would look at it. That she's not your wife. That they're different people, and their innies generally feel like this is who they are. Like when Dylan found out he had a son, he didn't say like, "Oh, that's not my son. Like that's my outie's son." It feels like it's his son. Although, I mean, not all of them feel that way. I mean, Irving told Dylan that's not really your son. It's your outie's son. So it could go either way. Helly's saying, technically speaking, just strictly speaking, she's not your wife. I mean, it could be Helena saying that she's not really yours. And then she makes a joke. Pretty sure your outie bought the ring. Could be a Helly thing. Helly jokes around like that. But she's definitely like, she's super interested. Like that look that she gives him. If she is Helena, that's the kind of look she would give when hearing that he's going to try to get Miss Casey out of there. And she gives him that look when he's not looking, by the way. His back is to her. So just saying, yeah.
A little Tom from action.
Yeah, a little like in From, Tom is giving all kinds of sus looks to Jade behind his back. Ghost Tom, that is.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and then when he's actually looking at her, she puts a smile on her face. So yeah, just saying. And so this is how an Audi or an Egan would view things, and she sounds cold. She stares at him even when he's not looking back at her. It doesn't come off as jealousy to me. There's really no emotion, and she's not sounding caring enough. If she really cares about him, it just doesn't sound caring enough the way she phrased that. And then Mark says, sure, except, I mean, we're the same-ish person, so it's mushy. And then it seems more like Helly and jokes around saying, is that what it is? Is it mushy? So, yeah, I mean, like, then all of a sudden, okay, she goes from that little joking thing to like stopping and snapping out of it as if she's kind of snapping into her actual self and says, we're not the same, actually. Us and the Audis, we're not. And speaking for myself, I don't think we owe them shit. And she seems pissed. Now, the way that I read this scene when I watched it the first time was that she's got contempt for her Audi because of what she just found out about her. Mm-hmm. You could look at this two different ways. You could look at it as she's Helena and she's got contempt for the any side of herself and doesn't want to view her as the same person and has contempt for innies in general. Or the way that I read it when I first watched it the first time was she's got contempt for her Audi because she literally just found out that her Audi is doing a massive PR stunt, victimizing her in the process, forcing her to stay down there. But this PR stunt could spread severance around the world by normalizing it, making everyone think it's okay because an Egan is doing it. And her father is giving her credit for it if they manage to spread this, far and wide. And ever since she was a little girl, she thought everyone should have these chips in their heads. That's what she said as a little girl. And she just found all this out, and that would cause Helly to have so much contempt for her Audi that she wouldn't want to think of herself as the same person. So that's the way I read it when I watched it. And then I watched it again and I thought, well,
yeah,
it could be that she has contempt for this thought that they're the same person because she has contempt for innies, rather.
Yeah, those dirty innies.
Right.
Yeah.
Looking at them like subhuman. Like, remember how she said, you're not, I'm a person, you are not, to her innie self. So
there's so many of these lines that can be taken both ways.
Right. And this look on her face here, it's the same expression that she had on her face in that video when she was talking to Helly. It's this cold expression on her face. So this could be taken either way. I'm going to be watching for more clues as we go on with this. And I think we may get a lot more insight from episode 2 because we're going to see what's going on in the outside. So I don't know. We'll see. Are they going to keep this up, making us keep guessing for a while? Are they going to just come out and show us what's going on? We are going to see Helena on the outside, so we'll see. I think they might resolve that pretty quick if that's the case, because we're going to see Helena on the outside. But she goes on to say Miss Casey is, well, she's one of us. And okay, I will admit this. The way that she says this, it's almost like it pains her to say it. She says, but Miss Casey is well, she's one of us. So it's like she hates to say, ugh. It's so, like, icky to her. She's one of us. She can barely get the words out. And she says, "So if you want to help your outie and find out what happened to her, I'll help." So she has no problem with, like, the idea of helping an outie, but, oh god, finding what happened to her, this innie, ugh, yeah, one of us, you know, she can barely spit those words out.
And
And
you think she just hate being down with innies on this floor, just like, ugh.
right, I know, that would be so repulsive
She
to
would
her.
probably like, ugh.
Right, right, uh, that would be torture for her, but she said when she was a little girl to her father as
Mhm.
Helena about the chips, "They're so pretty, daddy. Everybody in
Mhm.
the whole world should have one." And he said something like, "Thanks to you, one day they will." Like, he literally said, "They will." And
Mhm.
so she's just coming off of hearing that. So if I heard that, yeah, I would hate the Audi version of myself too. Um, but yeah, Mark smiles at her and says, "So you're staying?" And she she puts on a smile, and she's more like Helly again, and says, "I think I'm staying," kind of shaking her head in a playful way, and it's more like them again, but then look how she stops smiling when she turns away. She's smiling at him, she smiles back at him, and then she turns away and the smile fades, but he is still smiling at her, see? So, again, point for Helena. It is like a ping pong match, I gotta say. It's like a ping pong match. Honestly, he truly does seem more sincere in his feelings in this scene than her. He's still smiling at her, and her smile is already faded as she's walking away because he's not looking at
Yeah,
her
but
anymore.
he's the one that has 3 relationships going, and she doesn't have 1 going.
Yeah, that's true.
A little jealous. Helly, Jelly Helly, as they're saying in the chat.
Jelly Helly. Yeah. This was a cool effect. Look how they did this. So they were walking down the hall. You remember this?
Mhm.
And they dissolved the 2 of them out of the hallway. It made it look like the 2 of them disappeared from the hall. That was such a cool effect that they did. It was like, I don't know what it could be symbolic of, but, yeah, I don't know, but I just liked the effect, whatever it was they were trying to achieve. Um, Irving takes off, and Dylan basically does his talking him down
Mhm.
routine. Um, this is 100% Irving trying to unalive himself, and Dylan, talking him down, and it's the same kind of language that you would use. It's like the same type of thing. Um, Dylan is talking Irving off the ledge. Um, this is it's the same type of thing because this is the death of the innie if he leaves. So Irving says to leave him alone, and Dylan like physically gets in his way and grabs him to stop him. Irving says, "I failed at the objective. I went to go find Bert. He's married, or at least he's with someone. I saw them through the window. I should be happy he's happy." Dylan says, "But it seems like you're probably not, right?" And he feels bad for him. And Irving says, "The last time I was happy was when all I knew was MDR, when I
Mhm.
was good at my job and not trying to be happy." Then he says, "I'm going to leave, Dylan." Dylan says, "It is not leaving, so stop fucking calling it that."
Mhm.
It's so leaving it's the same thing as he's saying, "I'm going to,
Oh,
unalive myself."
yeah.
Yeah. Um, but he says it like leaving is like, it's like he's using a euphemism for unaliving himself, and so
Mhm.
Dylan's like saying, "Don't call it that."
Mhm.
Um, it's a lot more serious than just walking out a door and leaving.
Well, leaving implies you can come back.
Exactly, yeah. And it's not, it's much more serious than that for them. Does this self won't exist anymore. Irving hugs Dylan and says, "You're a good friend, Irving," but he uses it as an excuse to whisper in his ear that before he went to Bert's house, he woke up in his apartment and was standing in front of an easel with a painting of a dark hall and a downward arrow to an elevator. He painted dozens of those. Dylan asks why, and Irving says, "I don't."
No, this is my favorite line that Dylan says. He's like, "Fuck, there's easels up there."
Oh yeah, I didn't even write that down. Yeah. He has such great lines. I love Dylan.
His delivery is awesome.
His delivery is awesome. I love Dylan's lines. Yeah. Fuck, there's easels up there? Yeah. That was great. It's funny because they're so innocent. He'd be fascinated even by a little detail like that. And
I thought you maybe thought easels were evil.
Oh, well, I don't know. I just
with that, like, the fuck. Oh god, there's easels up there.
Oh, well, maybe. Maybe that was the feeling. I don't know, but that was great. Dylan is the comic relief as always. Irving says, "I don't know, but I wanted to tell you before I left." Dylan grabs him, stops him from leaving, hugs him again, and I think this is where he said there are easels up there. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
He grabs him and stops him from leaving, and hugs him again, and he says, you know, yeah, like basically it sucks, outie Bert is not the guy you fell for, though. It was any Bert, and I know because I encouraged the courtship. That was cute. He's such a cute like wingman for him now. It's like I don't know what you'd call it, like a wingman is someone you kind of go out and
yeah,
pick guys up with, but I guess he's sort of like that. He's I just I love how supportive he is as a friend. The thing of it is though, he didn't encourage the courtship.
Yeah, that's how I thought it was a joke.
It is a joke.
I encouraged this. No, you didn't.
No, he didn't. He didn't. And it had nothing to do with the fact that they're two men either. It was because he thinks O&D people were evil.
Disemboweling people.
He thought they were disemboweling people, yeah. And yeah, he fought that tooth and nail. He didn't encourage anything. He didn't encourage shit. But now he's being an encouraging friend. So that's sweet. Irving says lines that completely mirror someone who's, I can't say the word on YouTube, but he says, "I want it to be over. I want the pain to be over. If he's gone and I'm gone, then somehow we'll be together." That's what someone says when they're contemplating
non-existent.
Yeah.
Non-existence.
Yeah. Which is not a solution to any problem. But that's the kind of language that is used, and so that's a deliberate choice that the show is making, clearly. And Dylan says, and then Dylan says he wouldn't want that. It's exactly the same kind of thing that you would say to somebody else who's doing this because they've lost someone they love who died. He wouldn't want that. Because Bert essentially died. Any Bert died.
Yeah.
And then Irving says, "How do you know?" Dylan says, "Because I don't want that, because I would be sad, because I would be less productive, and I'm really good at what I do here, whatever it is." He's like, "They don't know what they do, whatever it is, and you're part of what makes me good at it, so please do not go." And I loved Irving's reaction. It was really cute. He said, "Dylan, I'm your favorite perk." With this little smile. That was cute. That was really cute. I liked that. That was touching. Dylan said if Bert were still here, he would be telling you to stick around and figure out what the fuck this is. I love how he pushed Dylan's glasses up on his nose. That's always irritating me. Push up your damn glasses. Oh, those doing what all of us wanted to do in the audience right there. Like, thank you, Irving. And then, this cute little smile. I loved it. And Dylan said, Irving said, I'm your favorite perk. And Dylan says, don't bring them into this, meaning the perks. Even in such an emotionally heavy scene, they managed to inject just the right amount of levity into it to lighten things up. And I loved how they did that. Leave it to Dylan to inject some levity, a little bit of humor into any scene, even though this was pretty heavy stuff. Mm-hmm. Then Miss Huang interrupts and says Milchick wants to see Dylan. So he kind of hesitantly leaves, like he's worried about leaving Irving, I'm sure. And they just kind of have this long look at each other without words. Which is always cool when actors can communicate so much without even saying anything. They look at each other and that's it. She's standing there like a little robot over there, creepy. And the camera just kind of pans. It does like a slow pan back from Irving, and back to Dylan, and you just get the sense like he's on a ledge right now. You can just kind of picture him on the ledge of a building, still thinking about jumping off. And thankfully, he doesn't go out the door. He stays. He chooses to stay. And Milchick, meanwhile, is really pissed off, agitated that he can't even get something simple done, like change the welcome screen on his computer to say hello, Mr. Milchick, instead of hello, Miss Cobel. Even basic aspects of his job he already cannot handle. He's in over his head, I think, with his job. He doesn't have what it takes.
That was an argument that what hadn't been 5 months because that screensaver was still on there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Had he really been struggling with this for 5 months? Or maybe since they, I mean, wonder what they did. If this had been 5 months, did they get 5 temps in there? Temp severed employees? I mean, did they get 4?
That opens up a lot of questions.
Right. I mean, if these people are doing important jobs that really need to be done, what did they do? Get temp severed people for 5 months? And if not, then maybe Milchick just wasn't working there during those 5 months. He was still just in the trailer. He's trying to convince Mark to come back. So maybe he just wasn't there and it really has been 5 months. And I don't know.
Cat want to cue in?
Cat has a point to make. So yeah, I think he's in over his head though. But yeah, I do wonder, were there other people working there in their place during that time? Can this place get by without whatever the 4 of them are doing? I now think that I was thinking maybe it was an experiment up until this episode and they're not doing anything of importance. This is just an experiment to see if Severance is working well. And but now I think they're configuring the chips in people's heads on the testing floor. So who was doing it during the time they were gone? Either it hasn't really been 5 months, or they must have gotten 4 temps in there to do this, which is possible. They could probably do that, I would think. Dylan is so anyway, I was going to say though, he is no Harmony Cobel. I don't think he has what it takes to do this job the way she did. She kind of went rogue a lot and made things work and was effective. He just doesn't have it in him, I think, to be in her position. But Dylan shows up and he's pissed, of course, about the belt that Milchick cut into. I mean, meanwhile, Dylan was in the middle of a coup, used his belt to barricade the door shut, and yet he thinks Milchick owes him an apology for cutting through the belt. because that makes a lot of sense. But he wants an apology, very childlike. Milchick just all of a sudden says, "Your wife's name is Gretchen. She wanted you to know. Come with me." So that was sudden and unexpected. What the hell? My cat. What the hell? Boo, what is wrong with you? Boo, are you alright? I don't like when she does that. Sometimes I worry that she's in pain or something.
When they make noises like that, they usually have a hairball.
Oh.
My cat makes noises like that when she's about ready to cough up a hairball. That kind of sick noise.
Yeah. It could be the reason. She does cough up hairballs.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I try to brush my cat every day, so there's less of those, but there always seems to be a few.
Yeah. Anyway, oh, thanks. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I missed when you came back because we were looking at the photos, but good night again. Hope you sleep well. David is here. David says Dylan feels compassion and uncomfortable at the same time. I hear people are thinking the child laborer is the wife, Miss Casey. They're watching too much From, I reckon. Yes.
Oh, I'm walking.
Yeah. Watching too much From, thinking too hard into it. Like, everybody's got to be somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's Miss Casey. No, I don't think it's a clone of Miss Casey.
I think it's Kier Youth is what I'm going with.
You think it's who?
Kier Youth. Like she's
Kier.
an orphan that was adopted by Kier, or she's part of the Kier Youth troop.
I think so too. Yeah, I that's what I'm thinking.
Probably goes to that school, that Myrtle school. Either way.
Yeah.
Myrtle Egan.
Yeah. So Milchick shows Dylan the secret passage, the secret, like a room in the wall. I was like, holy shit, there's a room back there. It's a hidden room. And Dylan is surprised by it, clearly. What is this place? What's with this place and its creepy, narrow hallways?
Yeah.
Like, the hallway to the break room, the hallway to the testing floor, and now the hallway to the secret room. A lot of creepy, narrow spaces that must be difficult to shoot in. The directing and the camera crew must be annoyed all the time having to do these scenes. Dylan, so Dylan is brought back here. This is some serious mind game stuff. Milchick says, I do apologize for not being a better listener, for not hearing your needs. These are blueprints for a new renovation about which I chose not to inform your colleagues. It's called the Audi Family Visitation Suite. Now, he's choosing his words very carefully here. He said, these are blueprints. It's called the Audi Family Visitation Suite. Dylan says, are you saying I could see my family here? And Milchick says, if you take the name of the room at face value, I'd say yes. That's a non-answer.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's not a yes. That's a non-answer. Okay. So he didn't say, yes, you can see your family here. This is a new reform. It's called the Audi. He says what it's called. And then he says, if you take the name of the room at face value, I'd say yes. He was asked a question point blank and he couldn't just say yes. So this is bullshit. And it's also a way of divide and conquer, because he says, sadly, everyone else in your department is single. As such, I'm asking that you keep this between us, only to avoid resentment. I'd hate for your friends to turn against you after all you've done for them. It's emotional manipulation, okay? Divide and conquer, trying to get him to keep secrets from them now, so that they won't be a united front anymore. They were able to achieve what they did because they united around a common goal. When Helly tried like hell to get out of there, she tried everything she could think of, but she was doing it on her own and she couldn't get anywhere. But when the four of them worked together, look what they did. So this is a good way of divide and conquer with them, dividing and conquering, you know? So I'm not sure why he's doing this exactly other than that, because I don't think he's actually going to let Dylan see his real kid there.
Yeah.
And he can't just hire a bunch of actors because he's already seen what his kid looks like and he remembers. He's already had flashbacks with his kid's face in the flashbacks, so we know he remembers what his kid looks like. You don't forget something like that. So I really doubt he's actually going to let him see his real kid. They can't allow that kind of thing. They don't even want them to see their coworkers outside work in case it might screw with their innie outie divide and cause bleed through of memories. So I don't know, but I don't believe he's actually going to allow this. But so far it works, and Dylan doesn't tell anybody. It works in that he agrees not to tell anybody about it. Now I don't know what this is that she's doing on the computer, but that's a totally different. That's a different thing than anything we've seen here.
I thought it was like the child's game version of what they're doing in refinement.
It kind of looks like it, yeah. I wonder if this actually does anything. It's she's like filing little circles and different slots, and I don't know what all this stuff means, if it has any meaning, but there it is. Interesting. I can't, and it has something written up there, but I can't read what it says.
Yeah, it's blurry.
It's too blurry. But she's doing that, and then she opens the drawer, and she's got all of her own. It looks like she's got an awful lot of stuff in the drawer for someone who's just started there. Maybe this is Milchick's. Maybe these are Milchick's. Oh no, these are not perks. These are just supplies. Never mind.
Yeah.
These are not perks. It's just paper clips and pencils, pencil sharpeners. And he's staring at this thing like he can't even handle this basic task of getting that welcome screen changed. And he's looking at it like he's so in over his head. It's not even funny. He's in season 1, he was so cool and collected most of the time. He seemed like a robot, but now the cracks are beginning to show. Like we're seeing that he actually is a person who can't do everything, can't be on top of everything all the time, and I don't think he's up to this task at all.
I want one of these things.
Yeah.
Merch opportunity.
Merch opportunity. It's Kier in one of those old-timey bathing suits that covered a lot of skin. And she's playing with it. It's one of those things with the little rings that
yeah, but it also has green rings, so I wonder what the green rings mean.
Yeah, it's all the 3 main colors in the show, the red, blue, and the green. It also had those 3 colors in the new break room, the 3 lights for the projector, red, blue, and green. And those are the 3 there are 3 different, what is it in what is the term for those 3 colors in red, blue, and green?
Oh, the primary colors?
Because I get confused because I thought the primary colors are red, blue, and yellow. Those are
green's a secondary color.
Yeah.
Purple's a secondary color.
Red, I feel like red, blue, and green means something though, and I can't remember what it was. I felt like there was.
I almost thought the green one was more like an integration color than purple was, but purple would make more sense because red and blue make purple.
Oh,
so I'm kind of unsure exactly what the colors are meaning here.
Okay, I got it. Red. This is what I was trying to remember. Red, blue, and green are known as primary colors of light.
Okay.
Mixing these 3 colors, we're able to make all possible colors.
Yeah. Okay.
So that fits because Lumon, is tied to the concept of light. The company is called Lumon.
How do you make yellow then?
Light symbolizes enlightenment.
How do you make yellow? How do you make white?
I don't know. It has something. I don't know. It's something to do with some. I don't know. It's something scientific or something to do with light. I don't know how it works, but red, blue, and green. It always confused the hell out of me because I thought it was red, blue, and yellow, but
it's red, blue, and yellow when you're doing primary colors when you're like mixing paint.
Right. But if it's light, then it's different. Like remember the old tube TVs?
Yeah, I understand that because I know it's gonna cathode ray tube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
On those, I remember when I was a kid, we still had old tube TVs, and instead of like these digital ones now, if you went up to an old television TV, like an old tube television back in the day, I used to, as a kid, look up really close at the screen, and you could see that the entire picture was created from tiny little red, blue, and green dots.
Yeah.
And it used to amaze me that somehow was creating the whole picture. Yeah. So those are the main colors in the show, and yeah, like it's interesting. Like, so you have like everyone in the show, they're all kind of stuck doing their own thing.
Well,
like
it makes sense though with Kier because he's supposed to be the light, right?
Right. Yeah.
And all those colors make the light.
Right. That's why Lumon is called Lumon. You know, like they named it that for a reason.
Helena's called light.
Right. Exactly. And a huge theme of the show is becoming enlightened about yourself and the world, like for these innies. And the company itself is called Lumon. But you can see like parallels here between him staring at this screen, like he may be in a position of authority, but he's kind of stuck being miserable in his role too, and not able to control as much as he would like. And she's sitting there, stuck in whatever role she's stuck in, this poor kid. And this shows that she is still a child playing with the toy, even though she's likely a brainwashed child. She's a child playing with the toy. And then it kind of it shows each of them flipping switches. So he's flipping the switch to turn off his computer, and Helly flips the switch for hers. People have been saying like she was having trouble finding it. She found it though. So I don't get it. Like, did she have trouble actually looking for it though? I need to look at it again.
Yeah, I need to too.
I need to look at it again, but it shows her flipping the switch.
Yeah.
Like she didn't have to get somebody else to do it for her, but maybe I need to look at it again. Maybe she actually had trouble looking for it or something. Because multiple people pointed it out. So
yeah.
So yeah, Dylan comes back. Like they ask Dylan, "Are you okay?" He says, "Yeah," and he doesn't tell them what Milchick just told him. They ask if Irving is okay, and he says, "I'm okay," and that's it. The gang is back together. Band's back together. I enjoyed this last little shot, kind of panning around them as they all get to work at their little desks, and it's cute. Irving's looking at his little picture of the four of them together. They're like a family. They're like a family. I was glad they were reunited quickly. And as much as I found the new team entertaining, I didn't want that to be dragged on for long, because it would be nice for them to have some role in the show, but we need these four to be at the center and not Mark with three other people for half the season or something like that. I wouldn't like that. I was a little worried that it was going to take time to bring these three back inside. We'd only see them on the outside or something, but this is good. Funny thing is, this is still here. Dylan holds it up like, what the fuck is this? and Mark just like makes a face, and Dylan opens a drawer and tosses it in. Plunk. And that's that. But I loved how each of the people was kind of like a counterpart for the missing employees. Dario was like the Dylan with the really cool perks, and there was a lady kind of in Helly's position, and then there was an older gentleman with he didn't have a mustache, but an older gentleman with gray hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Mark gets to work. Now here we have the extremely exciting blink and you'd miss it reveal coming up here. Mark is sorting his numbers, and you can see there are 5 bins, and under each one there's a percentage of completion as he's sorting the numbers. And it says, as a matter of fact, look at this. I didn't notice this before. On his work screen, it also says Cold Harbor.
Yeah.
I never noticed that. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, that's the file he's working in.
So.
And they're all named after cities, so that's why I thought Cold Harbor was a city.
Oh, okay.
Like the lexicon letter was Lexington.
Like Lexington is a city. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And 68% complete. And then so then we have some brief flashes of something on the screen that's revealed in really quick, like blink and you miss it shots. And so this is part of it here. So one of the bins, so there are 5 bins just like on Mark's screen, and one of them is at 52%, that one's 75%, and under each one you can see the 4 tempers: woe, dread, frolic, and malice. There's a different number for each one. So it appears that they are refining numbers into these categories. And each one has a certain amount of the 4 tempers that need to be balanced. Then we see this. And it is Ms. Casey / Gemma. And indeed, there are the 5 bins at the bottom of the screen, percentages for each one, vital signs. You've got vitals right here. And I can't quite read what all these little letters say, but those are definitely vitals.
Yeah.
And I don't know what this is. It kind of looks like cells, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I was trying to figure out what that was.
They look like cells to me.
Yeah.
And it says Cold Harbor 68%. It would appear that Mark is refining the file that's basically refining a chip that's in Miss Casey's head. So I think that's what they're doing with these numbers. There are people down on the testing floor, and I mean, I don't see how it could be anything else at this point. They're configuring the chips in the heads of people who are down on the testing floor, including Gemma. And pretty savage, actually, if they're actually having Mark refining the data on his own wife's chip.
Yeah.
So I guess they're not happy with how she's turned out. She was weird.
We gotta send her back. She's a little weird.
She's a little weird. Very robotic. And yeah, so maybe they're still working on this, and they're trying to the build. There's the build thing. It says the
build number?
Yeah. 25 build. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Where is it? I don't know where that is. Let me enlarge this.
This is
I see.
Yeah.
Maybe the build of the chip? 25th build on chip?
Maybe. But this was a dramatic thing to show in the first episode. I know they only flashed it on the screen for a second, and you'd have to pause it to see it. But I mean, of course we're gonna do that. They know we're gonna do that.
Well, it really happened so fast that I thought, okay, he's working on her stuff, because all I saw was her face at Cold Harbor, and I saw Cold Harbor on his computer. So I thought, okay, she's Cold Harbor.
Right.
I didn't see any of this other stuff.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, like you'd have to pause it to see it, and once you do, you clearly see it doesn't look like bins, but those are it's set up just like the bins, and it's numbered the same exact way with percentages, just like the bins. And so there's no other conclusion we can come to at this point than that what they're doing is it's refining the chips in the heads of people down there like her. So what that means, I don't know what they're doing to them. Did they fake her death? And like maybe she's severely, like the theory that I've read pretty commonly is that she was severely brain damaged by the accident or in a coma, and they're doing experimental research on her down there without the consent of the family. Maybe they own the hospital. They seem to have tight control over things. They have, from what we've heard, contacts, in the police. Like they might have control over the police.
See, I have a little theory that I think that Gemma maybe saw something and then they made the car crash happen, kind of like in the Lexington letter.
Oh yeah, so maybe that's possible. Maybe they made the car crash happen. We don't, like, if they lived in the town of Kier, like, who knows? Maybe she stumbled onto something that the Egans didn't want her to know, and we don't know what her job was. We don't know much of anything about her. Did they ever tell
she was
us?
She was a Russian literature professor.
Oh, that's right. That's right. A Russian literature professor. I remember that. So I don't know. Maybe she stumbled. I mean, they live in the town of Kier. Like, Lumon has such a hold over the town. Maybe she stumbled into something they didn't want her to know. Or they just really wanted Mark for some reason, and they saw an opportunity when he got in the car accident, or they staged it because it does seem like a weird coincidence. The car accident in this, and then she winds up there, and in the Lexington letter, Peg gets in the car accident after she runs away from the company. So did they cause the car accident? They never said what the circumstances were, if Mark was in the car or not.
They heavily imply in the podcast that she's by herself in the car.
Okay.
Ben Stiller doesn't say she's in the car, but every time he says in her car, he's always making it seem like she's in the car, but Mark's not in the car.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going by.
Yeah.
Because I always thought the both of them were in the car, but now I've heard the podcast, I think it was her alone. Which would make more sense because they can manipulate things more if it was just one person in the car than two.
Do you know what episode of the podcast they were talking about? Which one that was when they said that?
Oh, let me think. Okay. Let me think of the conversation. It would probably be the one where they have the sister on because they have different actors. The actress who plays the sister. It's probably that episode.
Okay, because I am way behind on the podcast. I'd like to skip ahead and listen to that.
Yeah. That would be my educated guess.
Because they released this way too close to the season, and I wasn't able to listen to the whole thing, unfortunately. Yeah. But
yeah, I wish I would have done it about a month out.
Yeah, they really should have, and they should have released it, or they should have released it week by week over the course of 9 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
Because they're long. Those are long episodes.
Yeah, and people who hadn't watched it before, they could have watched the episodes and listened to the podcast.
Seriously.
They're releasing them day after day after day. So if you weren't familiar with Severance, you would have to watch that and the iPadcast and back and forth. It'd be 4 hours every day.
That was terrible timing, terrible planning the way they rolled it out. Sorry, Apple. We love your show. Sorry if you're listening, but you screwed up with the rolling out of the podcast. But it's a terrific podcast. We're just mad that we didn't have time to really appreciate it week by week and, have the time to listen to that. I haven't had time to listen to enough of it. I've listened to maybe 2 episodes. So when you have a podcast that's like 2 hours long, that should be a weekly thing. Give
Yeah.
people a chance to listen to it and then move on to the next. But anyway, so going back a little bit, let's see, going back to the chat here. Yeah, there was an episode every day, Teeter, instead of every week.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. And it just occurred to me, I was going to post the call-in link and I never did. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't expect the breakdown to take us this long, but I also did wait like an hour and a half into it before we started the breakdown. It took us 3 hours roughly to do this, which it's not that bad, but it took us a while. I take too many pictures. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Nice to see you. Hello, friends. White is every color together, I believe. Isn't that? I thought that was black. I don't know.
Well, in the light, what you're talking about, the light spectrum, it's white.
That's what,
pigment spectrum would be black.
That's
I do everything by paints because I paint, so I'm thinking colors that you mix. I'm not thinking colors on the screen. So I have done colors on the screen.
Right.
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah, so in light-based mediums, white forms through additive mixing. Combining the primary colors of light, red, green, and blue, produces white light. Yes. Yep. Yeah, it was like she's at recess when she took out the toy. Definitely, David. Let's see. Her tempers are out of balance. She isn't complete. Yeah. Her tempers are out of balance. They're definitely like they're all over the map with the numbers. And yep, there's a build number. They look like VATs. Maybe it is where they send the data from the 4 boxes in a machine that somehow transfers those numbers to signals and imprints them on another mind for someone in a coma. I like that. Yeah. I could see that. Or rebuilding a damaged mind. Yeah, I think, yeah, like either rebuilding a damaged mind or maybe imprinting them into another mind, like if their brain is just too damaged to fix, then yeah. And if Kier hadn't died so long before, I would think maybe they're trying to bring back Kier, but I don't see how that would work. I know that's a theory that maybe they're trying to resurrect Kier, but I mean, he would just be a skeleton at this point. Well, what would there be left to take out of his brain? There wouldn't be anything. So I don't
know. They're trying to build him through the principles in his books.
Yeah, could be. Let's see. David says it's too good to just be an opportunity if they wanted Mark to work there with his wife and a test to see if they recognize each other. Yeah, see, this can't be a coincidence. There's no way it's a coincidence. Like, so I remember hearing Ben Stiller talk about this in an interview a while back, way before the promo for this. I don't know where to find the interview now, but he was talking about, the question is, was Mark the intended target or was Miss Casey or Gemma? Who was targeted first? Which one of them did they want first? Because this definitely couldn't be a coincidence. That was what he was implying. So I wonder which one was targeted first to work there. They definitely wanted to see if they could to test Severance and see if they could recognize each other. I mean, I know it just seemed like Cobel was doing it on her own and kind of going rogue because she kept breaking into his house without permission. That wasn't a company sanctioned thing. We found out later, like, she wasn't told to do that. She just did that herself, as far as we know. Like, it was implied that she went rogue and did that. I mean, Milchick said they found out she was at the house, and I remember that board lady, Natalie. She when she fired Cobel, she said that they found out she was at Mark's sister's house. So they didn't like that. So this is what I find confusing. If they don't want Cobel spying like that, I mean, why not? It seems like that would be a smart thing to do, considering the fact that Mark and Gemma are both there. Wouldn't you want to see if they can recognize each other? Shouldn't that be the point? Why else would they have them both there? That had to be deliberate. There's no way that was a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be a way of testing whether severance is effective or not. And so if that's the case, it seems like Cobel would be following orders by doing that. And yet the board was pissed at her for going to his sister's house. Now, I don't know. Maybe that was going too far and they only wanted her to spy on him by going into his house, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe she was at that party.
Right.
You know, like maybe she's around too many people. Maybe it was just her. She's just acting like the old lady or whatever, but when she started doing stuff with Devin and all that.
Right. Yeah. Like the board didn't like her going and you know,
being a doula.
Being a doula. Yeah, they didn't like that. And they didn't like her being at the party with Mark. So maybe it was too much. I feel like spying on Mark, though, would be something that they would like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She somehow has a key to his apartment and just lets herself in, or his condo. And, like, she definitely does things that are just her, though. I mean, when she steals his red and green candle and sends Mark for a special wellness session, that's her doing this on her own. Milchick is like asking her, why are you doing this or something? He's like, you know, she just said he needs it or whatever. I think it was Milchick who was questioning why she's doing this. So I don't know. I get confused by that because it definitely seems intentional that the two of them are both there in order to test whether Severance is working, but why does it seem like she's the only one who's interested in doing it and going rogue? So I don't know, that confuses the hell out of me. But from what I can gather, she is going rogue for the most part. Maybe they want her to just spy on him, and they do have her living next door, but that could be her choice too. It's Lumon housing, though. They tell us that it's Lumon housing, so I mean, a certain amount of spying on him could be part of the job, but she took it to an extreme, I guess, and they didn't like that. So, but yeah,
maybe reinterrogation is the pure Kier way.
Yeah,
maybe she's a Kier purist, and the board is not.
Yeah, maybe. So, yeah, this is yeah, it's difficult to wrap my head around how they got her there. Was he the intended target first, or was she? Was she just a means of him getting him to get severed and go work there? To me, it seems like that's the more likely scenario, but because like they could experiment on any person's brain. They just needed a way to get him down there. I don't know. I mean, it could just be okay. Yeah, they thought he would fit the profile of someone who they wanted to work there, and so they staged this accident. They caused her accident. They faked her death, and she was brain damaged, and then I would imagine that someone approached him the way that Peg was approached in the Lexington letter. She was approached by somebody offering her this job and lucrative benefits and whatnot. So I would think all they'd have to do is, once they did the extreme thing, which would be like somehow cause the accident and fake her death, then at that point, all they'd have to do is just approach Mark and offer him this position, and he'd have so much grief that he'd consider doing it, and he did. So I would say he was probably the target. She was just a means of getting him there, and a good test subject now. They can test their technology on resurrecting brains, I guess, and of damaged brains, perhaps, but
yeah, that'd be a good way to go, just finding couples and then saying, okay, well, if we took the couple out, the other person's going to be so sad that they're going to want to take the severance job. Maybe they do that with multiple couples.
Yeah, it seems like a smart playbook for them to go by if they want to really like kill two birds with one stone. They get a test subject with her,
a worker with the other one,
and the other one. Now they have a means of testing to see if the severance is working at the same time. So it's not just it serves three purposes. You know, they've got the test subject to test on her brain. They've got Mark to refine the data, and they've got this ability to see if severance is working because they have that connection between them. So they can, test and see if like it's possible for memories to bleed through. I don't think that what they're doing is in any way altruistic and trying to find ways to help brain damaged people or anything like that. I think they want world domination and to use the chips for a nefarious purpose, but they happen to be testing these on brain damaged people, I would think, in addition to all the people that sign up for just having chips like Mark. But these chips can do way more than just what we've seen, I'm sure. Like, there's so much they could explore with this show. It would be really interesting to see some of the other functions and what these chips can actually do. It could be a form of mind control. Anyway, let's see. Why don't Irv and Dylan live in Baird Creek neighborhood? Well, they definitely don't want the coworkers to live near each other. They probably all live in Kier, I would think, but they don't want them to live near each other close enough to actually run into each other outside work. They stagger the times where they get there and leave so that they don't bump into each other on the outside and have any kind of bleed through. And Mark, yeah, I don't know why he chose to live in that housing. I think he said it was just convenient. Why is Miss Cobel his neighbor? Seems like the company probably planted her there to watch him, I think, to keep an eye on the experiment, like David said. Thank you, Dieter. Good pace. That's trying here to move through it quicker. She was watching Mark without Lumon knowing, so maybe she is the one that helped Pete escape, or maybe she is bent on proving the experiment doesn't work. Yeah, David, that's possible. That's possible. I mean, she seems like a true believer in Kier, but I think that there's a difference between the purest form of Kier's teachings and Lumon's perversion of Kier's message. But I think they took that and they bastardized Kier's message, I think, which is symbolized by the Waffle Party dance, where you literally have the figures of the four tempers dancing in lingerie. And so you have the original biblical looking painting of the four tempers has now been reduced to this tawdry display of lingerie dancing. And so I think that symbolizes what Lumon has done to the original message of Kier, perverting it, bastardizing it. So I think she's a true believer in Kier, and she might have contempt for the way Lumon has perverted that message. And so that could be why she has that shrine to Kier in her house. And she could still be working against Lumon, but be a true believer in Kier. And maybe she did help Pete escape. It's possible. And Kier, the original guy, he met his partner while they were working together as laborers, and yet people at Lumon aren't allowed to have romantic relationships. They don't go with the original teachings of Kier, really. If you can have two lovers not recognize each other, that would be proof that whatever they are doing is working. That seemed to upset Cobel, or by his memories in someone else. Yeah. Seemed to upset Cobel. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It seemed like it upset her that it didn't, like, they didn't remember each other. Even though there was a little bit of bleed through, Mark molded a tree out of clay, and Gemma died, I would assume, with her car hitting a tree. He was asked to sculpt what he was feeling. The night before, he had actually visited the site of the accident on the outside. So, so she might have been a little encouraged by that, but it wasn't enough. V Sky says the Severance wiki explains that Irv lives in Leonora Lake, named after the 7th CEO of Lumon Industries. Oh, interesting. Okay, V Sky. Hey, Kimiko, welcome. The board doesn't believe reintegration is possible, so that's also why they weren't happy finding out Cobel was off doing her own little tests. Right. I know they say that, but I wonder if they're lying. I would think that the company that developed the technology would know if it's possible or not. I feel like they would know. So I don't know. I don't know if I believe the board when they say that. And they're talking to an underling through the board representative telling Harmony, like, the board doesn't acknowledge reintegration. That doesn't mean that it's not real, and they don't know that it's real, but they might not want to admit it. So I don't think Gemma and Mark were hired to test that the chips work. It is a weird coincidence, though, you gotta admit. So I don't know. David says, it looks like Cobel was made out to be the scapegoat for the Innie Revolution. Oh, absolutely. She was the scapegoat. And they made it look like it was all her fault. She was the sadist. I thought this is an international corporation. How is it her fault that there needed to be all this so-called severance reform? Also, how bad were those reforms? Just like a typical corporation, right, David? Like, okay, it'll make everything better if we just give you some different shitty snacks for the vending machine and hall passes so you're not complete prisoners in your office. Like, oh yeah, and a hall of mirrors or a mirror room. Great. Really nice new perks. Quan Solar, this image of Miss Casey popped up in a split second at the end of the episode while Mark was refining data on his computer. And I think it was meant for us as the audience, not him. I don't think he actually saw it. I think that we were meant to see this as a hint to us as to what's really going on here. As he's refining the numbers, we saw this for a split second, and it appears that they are refining numbers according to in order to configure the chips in people's heads on the testing floor, like Ms. Casey. That's what is implied here, because there's her face. There's 5 categories at the bottom of the screen, just like the 5 bins, and they're numbered the same way, and there are 4 tempers with numbers under each. So it does look like that's what they're doing, that could be the answer to the mystery. They're sorting the numbers, and by refining the numbers, they're refining or configuring the chips in people's heads that are on the testing floor, like Miss Casey. It is called the testing floor too, so suggesting that she's being experimented on along with other people. Let's see. The Waffle strippers were scary. They were scary, Quan. Yeah. It was perverted and scary. Cobel was prying, making sure they didn't remember each other, even asking his sister. Right. Yeah, Quan Solar. Yeah, she was. It seemed like she was definitely trying to find out if they could remember each other. What's unclear is if she wanted them to remember or if she didn't. It wasn't clear, but at one point when she was watching them through the monitor, she was watching them through the monitor while they were having their wellness session. She didn't look happy that they didn't remember each other, and Milchick said, that's a good thing, right? They don't remember each other. Then she said, take her down to the testing floor. She didn't look happy. She looked like she wanted them to remember each other. Like she wants, it could be just, she's hard to read. It could be something else, but she didn't seem happy about it for sure. And Milchick noticed it. Teeter says, hope they don't hurt the goats. My goats. Yeah. I think they're experimenting on the goats, Teeter. I think they're experimenting on the goats. The original script had rats, and now they have goats. So I'm pretty sure it's goats. I'm gonna need to get off soon. My pain is getting a lot worse, and I'm so sorry I never did post the call-in link. I intended to. I said I was going to, but
'tis not meant to be.
Yeah. Next time we do this, we need to I've got to try not to go off on so many tangents because I wasn't expecting there to be so many comments early on. So I got carried away and I wasn't looking at the little clock ticking away in the corner. And I didn't realize how long it was taking reading the comments and greeting people. So normally now we've been starting episode breakdowns about half an hour in, and instead we started almost an hour and a half in. So then it took us about 3 hours to do the episode breakdown, which is probably longer than it needed to be because I took too many pictures. So next time
it's only about an hour more than what I expected, so I consider this a win.
It's not bad, yeah. David says, do you have the Meet Sevy pick? He has the coil of doom in him. Oh.
Yeah. I was realizing that in my head when I was picturing him in my head. I was like, oh yeah, that little circulating thing, this little intestine thing that girl was talking about in the Lexington letter.
Yeah.
The coil of doom.
What's the coil of doom?
That was in Petey's map. And he had the coil of doom at the bottom of the map. And we couldn't figure out what that was.
Oh, shit. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, I have it. Wait a minute. I'm pulling it up now. The coil of doom. Yes, I remember that. What is it? But I wonder what it means in the context of the show. The coil of doom. Did it actually say the words coil of doom on it? I think it did.
It's a coil of doom, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just pulling it up. And then we'll wrap it up for the night. But yeah, I'm sorry. I told people I was going to post the call-in link, and then we got carried away, and I meant to, and I forgot. But next time
I
we'll
really
do it.
hope that Ben Stiller wasn't waiting to get on.
Oh God, yeah. Sorry.
He's like, I keep waiting to get on here, but these ladies never post the StreamYard.
Yeah. Next time we'll get into the breakdown sooner. That was my fault. I read from the comments for too long, so I'll keep an eye on the time next time, and I'll just get through it quicker, and we'll get into the breakdown quicker, and then once we finish breaking it down, we'll post the call-in link the next time. Here's Sevy.
Coil of doom.
Coil of doom, right there. Coil of doom. So yeah, that's a good catch, David. I hadn't thought of that. I forgot about the coil of doom. I gotta look back at Petey's little map. That kind of thing makes my from heart happy. A screwed up, mysterious map Oh, I love it. Give me some more screwed up, mysterious maps to pore over and obsess over, only to have it amount to nothing. That's okay, but it might amount to nothing. But the part where it said some people might live here definitely amounts to something. The people on the testing floor sure live there, and there it is. There it is. Yep. Quan Solar says, I saw it on the show but wanted a clear explanation of the Casey image. So they're putting good numbers in Ms. Casey's brain, repairing her. That's what it seems like, Quan. Yes, that's what it seems like. Because it does look exactly like those 5 bins that they use to refine the numbers. And they're like each of the bins, I don't know what the bins represent, each of the 5 sections. But within each of those sections, there are the 4 tempers. And as a percentage, there's a number under each temper, and there are percentages for each box with the 4 tempers in it. And the tempers have all different numbers that are not balanced. According to Kier, you need your tempers to be balanced. So it seems like they're doing something to the chip in her head. And it says right on Mark's screen, it says Cold Harbor. And then when it shows that image of Miss Casey, it also says Cold Harbor. So that suggests, quite strongly that Mark is working on her specifically, her chip. He's working on the Cold Harbor file, which must be the code for the chip in her head, and reconfiguring it. I wonder if they're having him work on her file on purpose, because somehow when he connects with the numbers and it'll resonate with him in a certain way that he can configure the chip in her head properly because it's his wife. I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting stuff though. It's a huge reveal. It really is. It's unclear exactly what the mechanics of it really look like. Like we don't know what those 5 bins actually are, because the 4 tempers are mixed in each one. But it's probably code for something else. And I don't know enough about the brain. Maybe it has something to do with brain anatomy. I don't know enough about that to know if there's some connection there, but yeah, it definitely seems like they're messing with the chips in their brains, and they're configuring them. And that, the whole word refining, they're called macro data refiners. And so the act of refining, what does that mean? To purify, or I think it means purifying. And so it's like they're configuring or purifying the people's brains that are on the testing floor, from the looks of things, which is a gigantic thing to just drop on us in the premiere episode. I wasn't expecting that. Damn. Yeah, refining means, the definition is to remove impurities or unwanted elements from, typically as part of an industrial process. So like they do this with sugar in factories by boiling it in huge iron vats. So it's like they're removing unwanted elements from the chip in her head and anybody else's heads that are down there. That those are the things that they're working on when they're refining the numbers from the looks of it.
So their old school way when they first started was refining things for like solves, because he was stirring that big drum of stuff.
Right.
And now they're applying it to humans.
Yeah, basically. That's what it seems like. Kimiko says, yes, I think it was a coincidence that Mark and Gemma could inadvertently be testing the chips. That's true. Could be. Mark had his freshman fluke of refining a file within a day or something, which was probably Gemma. Yeah, that's possible. It led the company to change the MDR process, probably because this was the first time an MDR person knew or had emotional attachments to a subject on the testing floor whose chip is getting refined. Right. Yeah, that very well could be. Very well could be. Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, my pain is off the charts right now, so I'm just gonna wrap things up and go do some physical therapy. I actually fell asleep before the stream started, so I didn't have a chance to exercise enough, and now I'm paying for it. Take less screenshots and ignore a lot of us. Don't need to read everything. I know, Dieter.
Yeah.
I didn't read the whole chat this time. I did better.
Yeah, but I don't want to ignore the chat because to me the chat is very important. All you guys are very important, very special to us.
Of course, absolutely. I never want
Praise
to
Kier.
ignore. Yes. No, I never want to ignore the chat, and when hosts ignore the chat completely, then it's just like, why are they even there?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be interacting. I want to interact too much. Clearly, I want to interact a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody in the chat has a question too, we want to answer that question. We don't want you to sleep you hanging.
Exactly. But then I go too far. The next thing you know, it's an hour and a half in, and we haven't started breaking down the episode. So I go a little too far.
That's because we had amazing turnout. And thank you for everybody for showing up.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we had a great turnout, and I wasn't expecting it. So I got so carried away reading the chat and talking to you guys because everyone had great ideas, and we already had great conversations going from the very start. It wasn't just like we weren't going off on tangents talking about random stuff. We were talking about the show and with the chat, which is great. So yeah, I'm grateful. So thank you to everybody that did come out for the first episode of the new season. Kimiko said, I think Cobel had an interest in his potential memory bleed / connection, and that's what started her own mission on testing if they recognize each other. Probably to do with a personal reason connected to her mother or whoever the hospital bracelet belonged to that we see at her home shrine, and she's hoping there's a chance they'll remember her too. Yeah, I think there's definitely a connection to that, for sure. Some connection to that bracelet, which is probably her mother's. I agree. It would make sense if this Mark and Gemma thing, if it was a fluke, it would explain then why Harmony is going rogue to investigate this. If this was a fluke and it wasn't the company that did it, that brought them there on purpose as a couple, then if it's a fluke, then it would explain why Cobel is doing this without the company telling her to do it. That's a good point. I agree, Quan. I think she's a true believer. And bye, Martin. You take care too. I've been enjoying being all ears today. So sorry if I haven't been active in the chat. No worries, Martin. No need to apologize. You can just listen. I appreciate everybody that's here, whether you're listening or you're chatting or both, and everybody that checks out the rewatch, because we did season 1 stream. For me, it was a rewatch, and for Scarlet, it was her first watch. And I was always amazed that we'd get a few more hundred views after the fact, people listening to the replay, which is terrific. So I appreciate all of it. So people that listen on the replay, especially when this live is so long, if you're even listening to part of it on the replay, thank you for doing that. And no need to be active in the chat if you feel like just listening. So thanks, Martin. And thank you, Dieter. The stream was awesome. Learned a lot. Thank you. And the coil of doom represents the snake inside us. It's coiled up in the root chakra.
Yeah, I have an opinion about this.
Okay.
The coiled up serpent is red in this case inside this thing, but its outer shell is blue.
Oh, yeah, good point.
And is that the Audi raising up, getting in, reintegrating?
Oh, yeah. It could be. Yeah, I like that. Makes sense. Yeah, the colors are not accidental, I'm sure. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe the coil of doom represents like the red Audi rising up, or the part of them that's like the essence of who they are on the outside, the Audi kind of rising up. It's It's inside of him too.
Yeah, within any though, it could be the coil of doom because the Audi could actually undo them, could actually make them not exist.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. That makes sense to me. Yeah, cool. Ready to rise up. Yeah, the snake inside us coiled up inside in the root chakra, ready to rise up. Yeah, it certainly looks that way for sure. Or the true self trying to rise up that's trapped in there. Anyway, the map in Severance is of the mind. Yes, it is. It even says mind right at the top. And the coil of doom is located down to the bottom. That's right. I gotta get my hands on I have a screenshot of it somewhere. I won't like dig for it now. I have many pictures, but I do have I have the map, of course. It's a picture of it. Macro data, big data cleaning. Oh yes. V-Sky says refining also equals improve something by making small changes, in particular, make an idea, theory, or method more subtle and accurate. That also fits. That also fits. Yeah, I think they're definitely doing that to these chips, refining to make a better person, right? Kier like Kellogg. Yeah. You'll have 100 people here soon, then 2, then 3.
Have you ever seen the Road to Wellville?
The Road of what?
The Road to Wellville. That's about Kellogg, the movie.
Oh, no, I haven't.
You should watch it. You should put it on your list because you have so many on your list right now.
Oh, sure. What's another one? What's it called again?
The Road to Wellville.
To Wellville. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, never heard of that. That sounds like that's the name of a town in a kids show I watched, actually, Wellville. Yeah, if I had that, I wish I had that picture handy, but I'll pull it up the next time and we can look at it. If I try to dig it up now, it'll take forever. The picture of the map, but oh, thank you for saying that, Quan. You'll have 100 people here, then 2, then 3. Well, that would be cool. It was great. We had like a peak of 40 something people here, which is really great for a first stream of a new season of a show that we just started to cover. So I was very happy about that. For the rewatch streams, we got usually 20 in the 20 to 30 range, and this was the most we've had on a Severance stream. So I really appreciate everybody that came out and showed up. I appreciate it, and we're going to be doing this every single week at shooting for 10 p.m. Eastern, not 10:35, which is when we showed up. That was my fault, but I'd rather start at 10. I'm going to be trying to start at 10. And David says that's why this channel is the most entertaining. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Teeter says not saying to ignore us. I know. We know that you don't mean to literally ignore, but Dieter knows I overdo it, though. I want to read every comment, so yeah, I know I do go too far. I know that. Progress is progress, absolutely. And with that, I also need to go eat something and drink something because I haven't done either. I haven't really done enough of either. I did eat something before the stream, though. But I'm overdue to eat something else. It's been 5 hours. I didn't eat anything in like maybe 6 hours. So, David says the root chakra is red also. That arm looks strange as well. It looks like a frequency in the middle and only 7 fingers, making 7 points. Oh, good night, V-Sky. Thanks for being here. You've been a great contributor to the chat. I appreciate it. And glad you found the channel. Let's see. The arm looks like frequency in the middle and only 7 fingers making 7 points. Yeah, look at that arm. It's Yeah, it does look like a frequency in the middle. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That because it's shaking. He's shaking his arm, but yeah, it creates this thing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7. It looks like 7 fingers because he's shaking his hand. Yeah. Yeah, they designed it this way on purpose for sure. I like that. I'm glad you pointed that out with Sevy, David, so I could pull it up. And David says there are many symbols of the twin snakes circling a stick, and at the left and right hemispheres of the mind rising up from the roots. Right, like that medical symbol that has the
Mercury.
snake.
Yeah. The
what
Mercury
is it?
symbol. Cassius, I think. Cassius. It's early. I'm tired. My mouth is not working. Cassius. Anyone? Yeah. Mercury also has one. The god Mercury carries one.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how V Sky found the channel too, but I'm glad they did. I mean, I'm trying to get the word out on Twitter, posting about the streams. It's hard to find the Severance fans. I don't know where they all hang out, but
there's a big Severance Discord.
Oh yeah, I don't know if they let you promote other your own streams.
Yeah, I don't know. I just joined it. I haven't discovered that yet.
I haven't been able to find a big Severance Discord. Maybe you can send me the link or something, because I'd like to join it. I tried looking for one last spring because I wanted people to talk to about this amazing show, but I couldn't find an active one. They were all dead, basically. So yeah, I'd like to. But I've been promoting it on Dieter. Yeah, Dieter has been a rock star. He's been I'll open up Twitter, and Dieter has over the last few weeks, I'll see like a couple dozen notifications from Dieter sharing my channel, tagging Ben Stiller, tagging all these different Apple pages, or like Variety, or any number of media sources that are discussing Severance. He's commenting on them with my channel link and my stream links, and promoting the hell out of these streams. So thank you, Dieter, very much for everything you've been doing to support these streams and get the word out that we're doing these lives every week. Because I've been so overwhelmed with everything I'm dealing with in my life day to day, and trying to juggle all this stuff related to having a channel and being new at this, on top of everything I'm struggling with in my life. I just didn't have. I know it seems like not a big deal to just go around social media promoting stuff, but it was just one more thing I didn't have time to do. So thank you for doing that, Dieter. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, the Discord. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, the Discord.
Yeah, the Discord's called Severance on Apple TV, I think, or Apple Plus or whatever, and it's got 3,500 members.
Huh.
Yeah.
3,500. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely need to be joining that. Okay. Wow. Yeah, Dieter, it might be because you're subscribed that when you search for Severance, this channel comes up that much, but yeah, it's cool to know. Yeah, well, I appreciate all your effort, Dieter. It's immensely helpful to me. I could not have done all that stuff, and yes. So, and thank you, Scarlet, for being here for over 5 hours.
I have a snow day tomorrow, so you got me for longer.
Oh, I appreciate
it. Thank nature and -3 weather, I guess.
Yeah. Well, next week.
Thank the winter.
Next week we'll try to start at 10.
Yeah.
And finish sooner, and And I'm going to post the call-in link earlier too. So so then I'm sure people will likely want to join the panel, and then if you at any point when you feel like going to bed, which you could have done at any point tonight too, by the way, but
there really wasn't a reason. I don't have anywhere to go tomorrow.
But I mean, with people on panel, you'll feel more comfortable leaving, I know, and we'll definitely post the call-in link next time. Yeah, Quan, the snow days were great as a kid. Now I don't care for them so much, but we got some pretty snow yesterday. I looked out the window and it was nice to look at. Not nice to have to go out and deal with, but I didn't have to, so that was good.
I don't know. I walked in and I like cold weather.
Ugh, not me. Hey, see you later, Quan. Thanks for being here. And all right, I guess that covers it. Thank you all so much for being here again. Thank you, everybody listening on the replay. We'll be back again every Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern to break down the episode, and we will be doing call-ins as soon as we finish breaking down each episode, and it'll be much sooner, much sooner than the way we did it this time. This was just a first go at it. We'll get better. Mm-hmm. And Umbra, yeah. See, I wanted to have Umbra join too. Damn. Next time. I was gonna post the call-in link hours ago. I don't know what happened. We got carried away, but we got excited. It's a lot to talk about, and
we became a frolicaholics.
We became frolicaholics. Yeah, and it took too long to get through the episode.
We didn't have our tempers even.
Right. Next time we won't greet the chat for an hour and a half before we start the breakdown. Okay, promise. Good night, AA. And don't forget Thursday night. The Discord link is pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you're not in the Discord, we're doing watch parties when the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern in my Discord in the watch party channel. Then at 10 p.m. if you missed the one at 9. In the other voice channel, there will be another one at 10 p.m. Eastern with Scarlet there, and we'll do a voice chat after. So yeah, if you're interested in that, just join the Discord. You can message me or Dieter if you have any issues with that, and it's a lot of fun. We had fun last week. It'll be even more fun this time because we'll be watching it for the first time together and not at midnight after it already dropped, because Apple surprised us and dropped it hours earlier than we expected. So just make sure you're aware it's not midnight this time. It's 9 p.m. Eastern. That's when the watch parties are, because that's when the episodes are going to drop. Assuming it's the same every week, which I'm assuming it is. And yeah, so we'll be doing that. And the next live we'll be doing will be for From Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Breaking down the Rewatch season 1 episode 8 we'll be doing, and then tonight around 8 p.m. Eastern I'm premiering my interview, part 2 of my interview with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From. I have that all scheduled and ready to go. It's going to premiere at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's a really fun interview, and I already did part 1 last week. This is part 2. So definitely check that out. Doug is such an interesting guy, had a lot of fascinating ideas about the man in yellow, stories about filming that scene, and also talk about his plays that he's written. So definitely check that out. And if you missed it when it premieres, it's not like it's going anywhere. It's going to be there, but it'll premiere at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. And that'll be a wrap on my interview with Doug. And then this Friday, he'll be with us live at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's the last announcement. I mentioned it earlier, but he will be joining us live at 10 p.m. He's a great guy to do all that, do an interview with me like that, and then agree to. I mean, he volunteered, and I'm thrilled that he volunteered to join the live stream. I was going to try to get up the nerve to ask him, but I didn't have to. He volunteered, so he saved me the trouble of getting up the nerve. So yeah, so that's about it. Yeah. Good night with Alice. Theater, I'm doing my promotions. That means I am.
Don't threaten us yet. We'll be off soon enough.
Yeah. You don't have to shut it down. I'm just promoting.
It down.
Don't you dare shut anything down. No, he's kidding. But he does have the sweet power, though. He
He does. Sweet power.
Yes. Thank you to all the new people who showed up. Thank you very much. And everyone, all the usual awesome people came. And yes, if you do post a comment when the stream ends, it will help with the algorithm and help people find these streams so they actually know that we're covering this show and can come check it out. So that would help a lot. When the stream ends, the regular comment section opens up. So like this live chat, it'll turn into a replay and there will be a regular comment section. And if you even just write one word, that's all it has to be to trigger the algorithm. Like you could literally just write hi and it would trigger the algorithm. So yeah, if you have a moment to leave a quick comment when I end the stream, that would really help with the algorithm, like Dieter said, help people find this channel and find these streams. Good night, Grow and Thrive. Sorry I never got around to posting the call-in link, but we will next time. I meant to. We love having everybody join and joining the conversation. First we do the episode breakdown and then we do the call-ins. We'll just do it quicker next time. So anyway, thank you again and have a good night or a good day, everyone. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together.
Goodbye, everybody.